Hey guys, how's it going? Happy Monday. Happy first of the month. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. We're back here for trading this week and I'm ready to make some money. So let me set up this room real quick. And once I'm done setting it up, we can get started, guys. Let me just set everything up real quick. February 1st. This year's flying by, guys. I feel like the year literally just started. It's already second month of the year. So let me update the room real quick and let me save everything so we can get started. All right, a few other things. Let's get this over here. So guys, I was looking at US 30 for some scalps overnight. It looks like there was a bunch of scalps that could have been taken right here. Unfortunately, I was asleep. I wasn't able to take these trades, but if we did take them, they all would have hit TP. So let me go ahead and set this up real quick. And then I think we should be good. So I think we're good to go, guys. Let me just post up this link and then we can get started. So let's see if chat working. So I want to make sure the chat's working. It seems like we've had issues with the chat throughout the past couple of weeks. Sorry guys, let me post up the links real quick. Live. Post it up right there. All right, so I just posted up the links in the Telegram groups. Let me post this up on the Facebook real quick. And we should be able to get started. And a few other places as well. Send it to the emails. I think the last place is the Instagram. Once I post it to the Instagram, we can get started, guys. And I'm going to take it easy right now anyways, because the market's about to open right here at 6:30. So we're probably going to see some crazy spikes for US 30 right here, which is, what we'll be waiting for. I'll also be looking for the main entry right here. So I have my alerts turned on. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like I got my alerts right here turned on. So I'll be notified whenever we get alerts. But I'll be looking for the full move today for the daily entry and for some scalp entries as well. But the market's going to open in about 7 minutes. And you guys know exactly what happens when the market opens. We have like a huge rush of volatility, which will either spike price up or down. There goes a signal right there already. So we'll see how this plays out, guys. But other than that, let me go ahead and see who's in this chat right now. Looks like everyone's slowly making their way in. Hey, Ivan, morning. Waiting for my first FX trade. Nice, Ivan. Yeah, we'll try to get some today, but we'll see. We'll see how everything is pretty much going to play out this morning. I don't think there's some news at 7. I think the ISM manufacturing PMI is going to be happening at 7 in about 30 minutes for the US. So we'll probably be scalping before we look for any FX entries this morning, just because of the news that's coming up. So let me see who else is here. Hey, morning, Mersaba. Morning, Sam. Morning, Karen. Morning, Matej. Morning, Peter. Morning, Sanjeev. Morning, Patricia. Morning, Braden. Morning, Arash. Morning, Camel. Morning, Yadin. Morning, David. Snow day. Nice. So, David, you don't have no work today, right? Morning, John. Morning, Shonda. Morning, Matt. Morning, Dennis. Morning, Flynn. Morning, Chelsea. Morning, Sam. Morning, Cal. Morning, everybody. So let's see what's going on. Cal said, "What's up, Shawn? Don't tell me you jumped on the XRP pump and dump." Oh, definitely not. I actually analyzed it yesterday. I don't think you were on here, Kel, but I did analyze it yesterday for one person that was really interested in it. I told him to stay away from it, but check that out. Damn, look at that pump and dump. So if you guys, I told you guys it was going to drop, right? If you guys watched the live stream from yesterday, I said XRP was probably going to be dropping. What happened here was the Ripple responded to XRP. I mean, they responded to the SEC, basically telling the SEC, we're not a securities. So like they're overstepping, right? Trying to challenge XRP. And then look what happened after. I guess the SEC said something and they dumped it. So, I mean, hopefully you guys did not hop in on that trade. I was telling you guys last night not to hop in on it. So let's see XRP real quick. Yeah, it's so weird. So it says XRP posted their biggest gain. This is what happened yesterday when they responded to in a coordinated buying attack. So they literally pumped it up like super heavy. It was a coordinated buying attack. They pumped it and then they dumped it literally. So hopefully you guys didn't hop into that. Damn, it's dropped pretty heavy since last night. So I definitely did not hop into that, Kel. I do not mess with XRP. I don't mess with any cryptos in general. The only crypto that I buy and I hold is Bitcoin, but I don't mess with any of these other ones. Even XRP. XRP is a big one, but they're under SEC investigation. So I personally wouldn't mess with it since it's delisted in the US markets. Anyways, let me go ahead and see what else is going on over here before we get started. Yeah, guys, and thanks for reminding me, David. If you guys haven't already, if you guys can like the stream, that'll definitely help us continue to grow the channel, and it'll help me continue to come on these live streams for you guys every morning. So go ahead and hit that like button if you guys haven't already. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and check out the chat, see who else is here. Hey, morning, Javaris. Morning, Jay Kicks. Morning, Jay. Morning, Kimmy. Morning, Alan. Morning, everybody. So let's see what we're looking at this morning. We're still looking at US 30. I'm still trying to catch this trade here. But I was mentioning, guys, if you guys took these scalps over London session, I was asleep, so I wasn't able to take these trades. But there was an entry right here. So you can see this rejection off the pivot and the structure. So if you took this trade right here, it would have hit full TP, obviously right there. Unfortunately, I missed out on a lot of these moves. There's another move right here where this came down, rejected off the structure, and it rejected off the pivot right here, right? So it rejected off the structure and the pivot right there. So if you took that trade right there, another full TP right there. And there's a couple right here as well. I think this one might have classified for an entry. And then there's another entry right here that was pending. I was going to take this one, but the market was opening for New York Stock Exchange open. So I didn't take it, but it looks like this is about to hit full TP as well. So unfortunately, I missed out on like 4 or 5 good trades for US 30 scalps this morning. But I'm ready to catch some more, guys. So that's not going to be the end all be all. I'm still going to be catching the rest of the moves that appear this morning. So let's see if there's anything else here before I continue on. Morning, Skill Straight. Morning, Indra. Hey, everybody, Matej. I'm doing great, bro. I'm ready to make some money, man. I'm ready to start getting back into full swing for trading. Obviously, the market's moving pretty slow right now, but it's going to pick up within the next couple of days. You guys keep in mind that today is, or this week is NFP. So there's going to be some volatility in the market. It's going to be perfect time for us to make some profit scalping with these quick movements. Looks like there's a bunch of entries here for NASDAQ too. So I'm not sure who was trading overnight last night, but let me check the chat if anyone was. If you guys were trading overnight, you guys would have locked in a good amount of profit last night. Let me check this real quick because I just showed you those entries right there for US 30, right? So we had those entries there. Looks like there was a bunch of entries right here for NASDAQ as well. Like we had the rejection right here. So if you guys caught these scalps last night, there's a ton of positions that hit a full TP scalping last night. I should have just stayed up. I don't know. Why did I go to sleep? If I stayed up, I would have hit all these TPs right here. Another rejection right here. Inch right there. I think our sweet spot for NASDAQ is like 300 or 400. So that would have hit full TP. Another rejection. There's a bunch of entries right here, guys, for NASDAQ. So I don't know whoever entered these trades here, if you guys did. I know there's some people in the group. Yeah, another full TP right there. And there's a whole bunch of entries as it continues to move forward this way. I should have just stayed up last night. I remember we were joking about me staying up last night. I should have because I missed out on a ton of moves. See, look, this one right here again, the same entry that I just discussed with you guys right here. This would have hit full TP right there. I should have taken these trades, but like I mentioned, I don't like trading these when the market opens right here at 6:30 because like I mentioned, there's going to be a big burst of volatility right there. And there it goes. And it's starting to form. So right here, when it comes back down and test structure, and test the pivot, I'm going to go ahead and take some scalps now, guys. So you guys stay, hang around and pay attention because I'm going to be making some pretty quick moves when I see these scalp moves form. Let me see. I'm going to add all these other. So I'm going to scalp other pairs too, guys. I'm not just scalping US 30 today. I'm also going to scalp S&P. So let me set this up real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. And sorry if I don't get to your questions, guys. I'm probably going to be in the zone this morning because I'm trying to lock in some profits. So I might not be able to get to every question right away. I'll get to your question eventually, guys. If I don't get to your question, just like put it back in the chat and I'll get to you guys eventually. I'm just right now, I'm trying to focus on locking in these profits. So I'm just marking up my zones right here, guys. And then I'm probably gonna be focused on a few assets this morning. I'll be focused on S&P. I don't trade S&P very much, so it's gonna be hard for me to determine the sweet spot for TP stop loss, but I'm still gonna be making an effort to catch some moves here. So looking at this right here, S&P, let me see if there's any entries available. So we missed this one right here. Look, a rejection off the pivot and the structure. This would have been a move right there. I might even enter this late. So let me, I'm going to set alert on these pivots right here. So I'm setting alerts for these pairs right here because I'm trying to catch some trades this morning. What's the fourth one? What's the fourth pair that you guys like? Because I don't have 4 windows here. I have S&P, US 30, NASDAQ, and then maybe UK 100. I'm going to see what else could I add to this. Let me just draw these zones. Actually, I already drew them. So let me see if these zones are all right. Before all right, so those zones are fine right there for US 30. I'm going to wait for this candle to pass first because, you know, obviously, like I mentioned, the opening candle is a manipulated candle. So we're not going to take this first one here, but I'm going to be very focused on entering these trades. So this is exactly what I mentioned, right? So this is why we don't take the opening candle because look at how it moved. It spiked up and then this came right back down. So I'll be looking at S&P, also be looking at NASDAQ. Let me see if I could. I'm going to redraw these zones so that we can know exactly, you know, where to trade, where not to trade. There. And identify these rejection points. Let's see. I hate when these zones are like super like when there's too many that are next to each other because they get confusing when they overlap. The way I do it, guys, is I go from the end over here and I see where the zone starts. When I see that point where it starts, I connect them with the zones that overlap. So we should be good right there. Looking at NASDAQ right here. All right, so no entry right there, but I'll be looking over here real quick. Let me check the chat, see if you guys, what you guys want here. Let's see. Sorry, let me go from the top. Let me see if I missed anything here. Nice, County. Yeah, happy first of the month, bro. Ready for this month. Last month was all right, but I think this month's gonna be a lot better. Brandon said I gotta work for another hour, then I'll be back. I scalped US 30 this morning trade. Some profits already. Nice, Brandon. Good work on that. Let's see if there's anything else here before I get started. Yeah, Marissa, XRP was wild yesterday. It's because Ripple responded to the SEC and then they pumped it, then they dumped it. Nice, Kimmy. Kimmy said, this is my first actual week in K2 trading live. I'm excited. Definitely. I'm excited for you too, Kimmy. This should be a good week. I think NFPs are like generally our best week to get started with. Jay said, I'm new to Forex trading, hoping to learn a lot from K2. Any videos on your channel to get started with? So Jay, if you go to the website, oops, let me go back from here. Sorry, I'm just checking these out real quick for any entries. So Jay, if you go to the website, I might take the scalp right here, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to answer questions and take these as well. So this candle, if this candle ends up rejecting off this structure, and then it doesn't close below it, then I'm going to take this trade right here for US 30 for a buy. So let me just get this set up right here. But it is kind of risky, guys. So I don't know if I'm going to take it yet. I'm going to think about it. We have 4 minutes left on this candle. So Jay, if you want to get like the basics for K2, just go on the YouTube channel. I pretty much watch all the live sessions because I go over all the questions that everyone has, and they have probably asked questions that you have as well. Also, if you go on the website k2trades.com, just click on here, unlock your free access to K2. This will give you access to the free intro course. So if you get started there, that'll probably give you a good understanding of, pretty much how we work here. And then you can understand how the strategies work. And then once you're ready to apply the actual strategies, you can sign up to the premium, but it's completely free. Just go on the website, k2trades.com, and then just click on unlock your free access. And then you can access the free intro course right there. So check this out right here, guys. If this closes right here, I'm going to take this for a long position and scalp it for a quick 500 pips right there. But yeah, I'm going to be waiting for that. I'm going to enter a 1.5. So I'm going to enter a 1.5 standard lot for this scalp right here if and when I decide to take it. I'm just waiting for this to close. We have about 3 minutes left on it. The reason why I'm taking this trade is because we have the rejection off the structure and we have a rejection off the pivot right here as well. This qualifies for an entry using the new K2 snipe strategy. So with that said, we're going to scalp it up really quick for a quick 500 pips, just in and out. And then we wait for the next entry as well. There's no entry here for S&P. Obviously, this one right here would have hit full TP already, or on its way to it, actually. Let's see. Yeah, I guess it'd be on its way to full TP right there for about 70 pips. Not too bad. Right there for S&P. We didn't take that because that was the opening candle. We also have the NASDAQ right here. If you guys took this entry right here, where this rejected off the pivot and rejected off the structure right here, obviously you see it would have hit full TP, right? So that's pretty much what we're looking at right here. UK 100 as well. Let's see. I think this is one that you guys like to trade, right? So I'm going to go ahead and analyze this as well for scalps. Unless there's another pair that you guys like, I think these are the main ones: S&P, NASDAQ, US 30. I think that's about it for the most part. So let me just set these things all up right here. Just drawing these zones to see everything that's forming. So I got these zones set up, these right here set up, and these right here. All right, so it looks good for this as well. I'm gonna hide these, and nice. Okay, so there's a bunch of entries that happen right here. Rejection point right there, that would have hit full TP. Let me go back to US 30 real quick. All right, so I'm probably gonna take this little scalp right here, guys. This is gonna be a risky trade, but if you guys want to take it, feel free. I got my finger on the buy button right here. Got about 40 seconds left on this candle. When it closes, I'm just gonna take the small scalp. So see how this plays out, guys. Look at this huge spike. So we need this to close above this this red pivot. If it closes below it or if it touches it, the body, then we're not going to take it. But if it closes above it, then we'll take it. Let's see. Yeah, just waiting for this to close right here. Got about 15 seconds. Got about 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys, I'm in the trade. So I enter this right here. I'm currently in the trade. My TP is going to be right here at here. I'll just set the alerts right now, real quick. Scalp number 1, full TP. Yeah, this is moving pretty quick, guys. I'm not sure if you guys are going to catch it. I'm already in the trade. I don't know if you guys entered market. So I got everything set up right here. Here are the parameters, guys. TP's right there. Stop loss is right there. I'm going to set it up on my trade over here on my side. Let's see. All right, so stop loss is going to be 30,132. TP is going to be 30,232. Currently profit about 300 bucks. I'm doing pretty good right now. All right, cool. Profit 233. It's bouncing around really quick. But yeah, that's where I got my TP and stop loss set up right there. I'm just catching this little scalp. And I'm just going to let it run. So I'm in that trade. Let's see if there's anything else going on over here for S&P. Looks like everything is kind of touching right now. So nothing for NASDAQ. I'll set some alerts here for NASDAQ so I can know what's going on over here with this. All right, set that up right there. UK 100 looks messy. S&P looks good right here, but there's no rejection off the zone. So there's no entry for that just yet. We're currently just in US 30 right now. That's the move right there. Let's see. Ibibs is asking, is US 30.cash the same as US WS30 and FTMO? Yeah, Ibibs. So FTMO actually, I don't know if you're in this call, Ibibs, but if you are, FTMO actually changed it. They don't use WS30 anymore. They use US 30.cash. So if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm probably not going to get to your messages right away because I'm focused on the stream right now and I'm scalping. So if you guys have questions and you guys are in this room, I'll answer it on this as well. So let me see if there's anything else here real quick. Before I get started. Sorry, let me check this real quick. I got a ton of messages. So guys, if you guys are messaging me on email or if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm probably not going to get to it, guys, because I'm doing like too many things right now where I can't pull up Telegram. I'm like looking for trades and I'm also looking for their entries as well. So if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm probably not going to get to you right away. Here, let me see if there's anything else here real quick. All right. Yeah, I'm just zooming through these real quick. If the question is really important, then I'll try to answer it. But if it's not that important, then I mean, come on this live session and I can talk to you on here. I just can't look at so many things at once. So we'll see how this plays out over here. Other than that, let me pull up the chat real quick. David said the quad box, I like it. Yeah, definitely, bro. Quad box helps a lot with looking at multiple pairs here. Yeah, we have some pretty crazy. Look at these movements in the market, guys. Pretty crazy. Look at NASDAQ. So this thing spiked up like 600 pips and then it came right back down. The market's a little crazy right now, guys. So maybe we might be a little careful, but I'm going to take some scalps with smaller positions. So if you guys are taking these scalps, just take them with smaller position sizes because the way that the market's moving right now is pretty all over the place. So this might be a decent scalp for S&P. I don't usually trade S&P, so I'm not sure what would be a good sweet spot, for TP stop loss. I think it looks like about 300 or 400 right here. Yeah, 300 looks a little better. Because we're going in for like small risk, guys. We're just trying to like scalp in a bunch of positions and then they're going to add up at the end of the day. So don't take like huge position sizes. Just take normal position sizes, where you're risking less than 1%, maybe like a half of a percentage. And then it's just going to add up at the end of the day, right? Don't like take huge position sizes because I know a lot of you guys want to take like fat lot sizes and then you're going to risk your entire account with like 1 or 2 trades. You want to be able to take at least like 5 to 10 trades today with me because not all of them are going to hit TP, right? They're not all going to be smooth trades. But majority of them, I'm sure our win percentage is going to be more wins than losses. So if you guys use the same, risk per trade, but you're able to take about 5 to 10 trades for the day, you should be in profit by the end of the day. So keep that in mind, guys. Don't take big lot sizes. Keep it pretty small, less than 1%. But then they'll add up as we get towards the end of the trading day. Because right now the market's moving kind of crazy. I don't want you guys to blow your account trying to take like huge position sizes on something that's spiking back and forth. Because we can't control these spikes in price, right? This is going to happen. Look at US 30 right here. It was in profit and then now it's spiked down. Let me see if there's any news going on today. I don't know what's going on. Like there's some pretty big spikes for just random morning. Yeah, I'm still in the trade right now. It's if it hits stop loss, it's fine because I'm gonna catch the next one. Like it's look at NASDAQ. This is like probably what's tripping me out the most. NASDAQ right here. This is like spiking around pretty heavy for these two candles over here. Let's see. Damn, this spiked around like over 600 pips within like 5 minutes. So I might hold off on NASDAQ right now. I'm trying to figure out what's causing. I know there's news coming up for the US. The ISM is coming up in about 15 minutes, but it hasn't released yet. So I don't know if people are just, okay, so stop loss hit for US 30 right here. We're going to wait for the next one, guys. If this ends up closing right here, then this would be the daily entry. But then I'm kind of worried to take this trade because of how it's moving. I don't know if this is like a manipulated push down and if it might spike back up. But if this is the case, I'm going to take this as the normal entry right here. And then we will keep looking for these scalps. But I don't know what's really going on in the market that's causing these spikes in price. So yeah, I got kicked out of US 30 right here. It was a small lot size, so I wasn't really too worried about it. But we're going to bounce back from that one. It looks like all the indices are dropping right now. I don't know what's causing all of them to drop. So US 30 is dropping, S&P is dropping, even the UK 100 is dropping. Look at all of these right here. UK 100 opened up upwards and then it dropped about 300 pips. So I'm trying to figure out what's causing, well, look at NASDAQ. I think we didn't continue to look at NASDAQ. This was a big drop for NASDAQ. It opened up right here at 630. It spiked up about nearly 600 pips. And then from that high, it dropped all the way back down like 800 pips. So there's something definitely going on in the market right now. It's causing these spikes in price, but it's fine. We're going to catch this this next one over here. Wow, look at NASDAQ, dude. NASDAQ is dropping even further. All right. So let me just check the news real quick, see if there's anything going on. US PMI record high. That doesn't matter. I mean, this is weird because it's like good news for the US economy, but it says US January PMI hits record high amid strong client demand. This should be good for the US economy, but for whatever reason, it's pushing the indices down pretty heavy. Look at NASDAQ right here, this spike. And this is why we keep a pretty tight stop loss for our scalps, guys. We only go for a small little movement because if we get kicked out of the trade, it's fine. We can catch it in the other direction. We don't just trade in one direction. So right here, if this swings back down, this is what we'll be waiting for. We'll be waiting for it to reject back up, reject off the pivot, and come back down further. And when that happens, we're going to take a sell entry in the opposite direction to catch it that way. So don't worry if you guys got stopped out of this first trade. We still have a bunch more to come. So if that happens right here, this is going to be the daily entry for US 30. But yeah, guys, keep in mind, if you guys are scalping, don't use huge lot sizes. You guys aren't supposed to, you're not trying to like get rich with one trade, guys, right? We're taking like 5 to 10 trades a day scalping, and some of them are going to lose, some of them are going to win. But it's fine because if we basically shaked out this little manipulated move right here. So now we can take the trades in this direction. Now we don't need to take them for a buy because it looks like all the buys already got kicked out. Like all of these right here hit TP. And then now price is just shifting in the other direction. So right now for US 30, this is going to be the main entry. We have about 16 minutes. I'll call this as the official entry for the daily. Let's see. So let me call this right here. I'm going to enter it on my own account right here. Enter a... All right, so I'm in the sell, guys. I enter this right here for the daily entry. I'm going to go ahead and post this in the K² premium groups. So if you guys want to enter it, feel free. But like I was mentioning, there's a lot of manipulation going on right now for the indices market. So I'm going to go ahead and post this up right here as a sell stop. If you guys do want to enter it, it's going to be the daily entry for today. This is a bigger move as well, guys. This is for 1,500 pips. So if you guys want to take this move right here, You know, be a little careful with your lot size. Don't take anything too crazy. Like I mentioned, US 30 moves a lot faster than Forex pairs, guys. So don't treat it like it's a Forex pair, because if you do, you might get burned. All right, TP1 right there. All right, so I sent that to the premium members. I'm gonna go and set my alerts over here. This is our daily entry. 750. It's currently in profit. So this is a bigger move, guys. We're going for 1,500 pips. On the scalp, we're only going for 500 pips. So when it hits TP1 right here for 750, it's going to cover our scalp loss earlier, and we're going to continue on for more profits as we continue to hold on to this. All right, so I got that set up right there. I'm going to set my TP stop loss. It's in profits on its way to TP1 right now. Let me just set this up right here. Stop loss is at 30,269. TP is at 29969. And I'll be monitoring it as we continue holding. I'm in profit about 400 bucks. It's looking pretty good right now. All right, there we go. I got that set up right there. There's our full move. And then we have our scalps right here as well. So I'm going to be waiting for this to swing back up, reject off the structure, and then we can take these scalps towards the downside. And then we'll just recoup, you know, that small loss from earlier, but it's on its way to TP1 right here. See if there's anything else going on over here for NASDAQ. So for NASDAQ right here, it's swung down, right? So we have the rejection off this point. If this candle closes like this, I'll be taking some scalps here for NASDAQ as well. Let me add this to my chart real quick. So you guys got to be quick, guys. You guys can't be thinking too much when you guys are taking these trades. You know, scalps are quick moves. You don't have time to think about it. If you don't feel right about the trade, don't take it. If you feel comfortable about it, take the trade. But you know, if you take too much time thinking about it, you're gonna miss these trades. Here's another scalp right here for S&P. We got about 7 minutes left on this candle. I still haven't figured out the sweet spot for S&P. It looks like it might be around, I don't know, 100 pips, 120 pips. I don't know, it looks like it's too big of a move. I think 100 pips might be better. S&P is a little cheaper. So there might be a scalp there for S&P. Another scalp here for NASDAQ as well. Short position right there. I think for this, probably about 400 pip move for a scalp. All right. So we got two scalps setting up right here. We still have that US 30 pushing down. It's in profit. I'm in profit about 500. So I'm going to cover that loss from earlier. It's completely fine. So we got that right there. Okay, it's continuing to drop. We might have another scalp here for UK 100. No, not yet. All right, so everything's looking pretty decent so far, guys. Our US 30 is about to hit TP. It's going to cover that loss from, you know, a few seconds ago. And this is what I mean. Don't get married to your position, guys. The TP, there we go. TP 750 pips, guys, in profit. Where the horns at? Let me get those horns out here. So we hit our profit. We covered that scalp loss from earlier. There you go. All right, so we got that win right there. TP1 for US 30. 750 pips. We're in profit now because we lost 500 pips earlier. Now we're up 750 pips. We're in profit a total of 250 pips net. Let me just send this update for you guys. So that looks good right there. I might even take off the TP off that and I just keep riding it. Yeah, Alex said TP hit. Yeah, let's go. All right, so we got that hit right there. Let me see what else we got over here. I'm trying to catch these other scalps. We have about 4 minutes left on this candle. So I might catch this scalp right here. I'm trying to stack up these profits, guys. So you guys got to be quick. You guys can't think about it. I'm going to be quick with you guys. So I'm trying to get this right here as well. It's NASDAQ. We have about 4 minutes left on that candle. And our US 30 still looks fine. I mean, it's rejecting off support right here, but I think it's going to continue dropping. So I'm in profits, looking good. Let's see what else we got over here. Yeah, it's look, if you guys want to move your stop loss and profit or close out in profit, you guys can just take your profit and then continue to, you know, keep riding it if you want to, because I'm going to keep scalping it as it moves. So if anything, I might exit this and then just keep scalping it as it continues to drop even further, because I'm going to keep adding on positions as it keeps dropping. Looks good so far right there. Our NASDAQ looks all right. We got about 3 minutes on this candle. We got about 3 minutes left on S&P as well. So UK 100, it's not ready yet. Or actually, UK 100 might be setting up for a buy. It's rejecting off the structure this way. Let's see what the sweet spot is. I think 200 might be all right for UK 100. So that looks good right there. US 30 looks fine as well. This is still a sell. This as well. I'll be holding on to my US 30. And I'll see how this ends up playing out right here. So it's still in profit, looking good. TP hit right there. Nice. Aleph, he took the US 30 trade I just called for you guys. He made 280 off that. Congrats, bro. Randall said SMH didn't even have time to get in. Yeah, bro, you gotta be quicker. Let's see. Nice. Just gonna forward that over to the group over here as well. So we got some like weird price moving, guys. Obviously the market's moving kind of crazy right now. Obviously we're gonna try to catch more scalps as it continues to move down. I actually closed mine in profit right here, guys, for that full move. I'm gonna keep scalping it down though. That's not the last time I'm gonna be entering that. The reason for that is because I wanted to lock in profits, and then as this swings back up, I'm just gonna hop right back in. It's no biggie here. So we got that right there. We have a couple of scalps here for S&P and for NASDAQ. I don't know if I'm gonna take these though, because they're kind of risky. Or who cares? Maybe I'll take it anyways. So we got the S&P right here. Let me add this to my watch list actually, because I don't usually trade S&P. All right, so I got S&P right there, and then I got to add NASDAQ to here as well. So these are going to be some risky scalps, guys. I don't really know if this is going to play out as smoothly as we're anticipating, but they might. So I'm probably going to take these two as well. US 30 is dropping back down in profit. And then we're just watching these two right here. I'm trying to debate if I want to take S&P or if I want to take NASDAQ. I mean, they both look pretty decent. I might take, yeah, if you guys want to take these scalps right here, I mean, you're gonna have to be really quick to take these. We got about a minute left for S&P. We got about a minute left for NASDAQ, but you guys are gonna have to be super quick to hop on these trades. Let's see, so I got US 30 cash, or I'll probably take NASDAQ. In about 50 seconds. So NASDAQ and S&P, there's going to be some scalp sells that are ready for both of them right here. S&P, I mean, NASDAQ looks a little more risky, but they're both technically available if you guys wanted to take them. I just don't know how much the risk is worth on NASDAQ though. So I'm kind of hesitant to take this trade because I don't know if 400 pips is a lot or if it's a little bit. Because I never trade it. So there's a couple of scalps here ready for these two. We have about 10 seconds left on the candle. If this closes above and the body touches the pivot, there's no entry. Same with S&P right here. It's why I'm going to be patient and wait for it to actually close. So S&P, there's no entry unless it closes below it. S&P, there is no entry. I mean, NASDAQ, no entry on that. But there is an entry for S&P. Damn, it's dropping too fast. Fuck, man. All right, whatever, I got into it. So I got into the S&P right here. I'm about to TP. Let's see. So I got into the S&P right here. Here's a scalp. It's moving way too fast, guys. Shit, spiking like super heavy. Let me just set my TP real quick before I trip out on this. Stop loss is going to be 3747. I'll just round it up. TP is going to be 3726. I'll round that down. All right, so I'm in this for S&P. This little scalp right here. I'm going to set some alerts for this real quick. So it's up to 7. Why did that happen? Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure this. Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry. I need to, oh, S&P goes to the decimal. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and set this up over here. So stop loss is going to be 3746.9. TP is going to be 3726.9. All right, so I got those set up right there for S&P. Now I'm just going to set up some alerts. S&P scalp number 1 TP. And it's looking pretty good. It's about to hit our TP. We're in profit a couple $100. Right there. You guys can see how stressful scalping can be, right? This is why I usually don't scalp very much, but I've been making so much money scalping that I figured I might as well share with you guys. So scalp number 1. All right, so that's running right there. It's on its way to TP. Let me check out NASDAQ. I didn't take the NASDAQ right here because it didn't fit the requirements. I mean, technically it did. If you guys wanted to take it, this would have been the entry right here. It was just too close because the body was getting close to the pivot. So I decided not to take it. US 30 as well over here. I might just hop back into US 30 for a short position soon. It's dropping pretty. This is a full move right here. This would be the scalp move. We're waiting for this come up, test this structure right here and test the pivot, and then we'll ride it as it comes back down. But until that happens, we're just waiting for this right now. I'm in S&P currently right here in profit. UK 100 looks like a mess. I wouldn't touch that right now. NASDAQ looks like a mess too. Look at that right there. I mean, this probably would have hit, it's on its way down, but everything else looks pretty decent so far. S&P looks good. US 30 looks good. All right. US 30 is still dropping further. I might hop into, no, I'm not going to hop into it just yet. I'm going to wait for it to, provide another entry. So there's our S&P. There's our US 30 right there. Thankfully, we didn't take NASDAQ. Look, it swung back into the negative. So we didn't take that trade. I'm only in S&P right now. US 30 is looking good though. US 30. Our full position still running on its way to full TP for 1,500 pips. Today we're net profit 250 pips. Currently, we took a first scalp loss for US 30 for a negative 500. Then we hit TP1 over here for 750. That's going to equate to a net positive of 250 pips right now. We also have our S&P running right here for about 100 pips. And yeah, I mean, that's about it for right now, guys. I'm going to keep watching for entries. If you guys have any questions, I'll try to answer them as much as I can. But as you guys can see, I'm pretty focused on my scalping right now. All right. So let's see how this plays out. Let me check the chat real quick, see if there's anything else going on before we get started with anything new. So let's see. No, John, the scalp doesn't have to clear all pivots. It just has to clear the pivot it's rejecting off. Black Jerry mentioned, good morning. So do you go on in Asia? Not necessarily, Black Jerry. I trade privately in Asia. I just trade on my own, and I'll share trades that I end up taking. Like yesterday, we took a bunch of trades for Asia yesterday. I know you're in the premium, right, Black Jerry? I mean, if not, we did cover some scalps yesterday. We had like some scalps for the JP right here. This hit full TP, the Nisei 255. Me and Zephyr took that. Also, we took gold last night. This hit full TP as well, scalping it. And then we took a US 30 trade last night as well. So we took a couple trades last night, S&P as well over here. but I don't necessarily go live. I might start going live, but I haven't decided on it yet because I'm pretty busy throughout the day already, and I just don't want to, pretty much stack my day up too much. So let me see if there's anything else over here real quick. Arash said, is there any fixed value for the new strategy? Yeah, there is, Arash. There's a fixed value for US 30. Just not for anything else just yet. See if there's anything else over here. Let's see. David said GJ. So let me pull up GJ real quick on the 30. So looking at GJ over here, there's probably going to be some scalp entries, also going to be some 30-minute entries as well. So looking at GJ over here, looks like we had a couple of scalp entries right here. So if you guys took the GJ entries over here, looks like you guys made some pretty nice profit off this. All right. So looking at GJ over here, David just mentioned GJ. If you're scalping GJ on the 30-minute, you can see right here, we had, let's see if there's any entries over here. We had this entry right here, this green candle. This would have hit full TP right here for about 35 pips. It's 1 TP. Again, right here, this red candle right here, if you took this entry over here, another full TP right there for about 35 pips. Again, right here, you have these two rejections off these two candles over here, rejection off the structure and the pivot, full TP right there for about 20, 25 pips. Another one right next to it, this green candle, another full TP. I guess your sweet spot for GJ would probably be about 30 pips, right? So if you were taking these for 30 pips right here, looks like these would have both hit TP right there, David. So full TPs right there for those. And then nothing over here, obviously, because there's no entry. But it looks like straight wins for GJ. If you were scalping this the other night, 1, 2, 3, 4 for about 30 pips each. Looks pretty good. I'll add it to the 10-minute as well. Let me just look over here. And we'll scalp it on the 10-minute because I don't really feel like taking UK 100 anyways. We could probably just take GJ. So looking at GJ over here, looks like there's a couple entries that could have been available. Yeah, there's a couple of sells right here, actually, David. I'm not sure if you saw these, but there's let me just draw these zones for you guys here. And if you guys have the K2 indicators, you guys can apply this on your own. You guys don't need me. You guys don't need me to call these trades. Literally, if you have the indicators, you can do this all on your own because you guys know the strategy. It's super simple, nothing too complicated at all. I try to make it as simple as possible so that you guys can follow along and make profits on your own, just like the rest of the K2 members. Yeah, I mean, I introduced the strategy to you guys last week. And if you look at the results from everyone, what I do is I save everyone's trades. So Kenny said, bro, the strategy is so accurate. I'm comfortable just setting and leaving the trades. Yeah, same here. So right here, what I do is I save everyone's trades in K2, like everyone's profits. You can see from today right here, Aleph locked in 280 off that US 30 sell I called. And then Sisuk over here during the day, he locked in about 300. He was trading US 30 as well, scalping, using the same scalping strategy that I'm using here right now. He used it and he locked in about 15,000 last week. Vincent over here locked in a nice profit off Bitcoin. He said, dude, the new strategy works good as fuck on Bitcoin. So I don't trade Bitcoin, but if you guys do, obviously it works. Jeremy over here locked in about 7,000 off. She was scalping as well. US 30, pretty much all the US 30 trades I called, she took them and she hit full TP. The only loss was like 1 and then some GJ trades right there. But she was like, took the 1-minute scalp during Lenin session. See, she applied the strategy herself and she locked in like some pretty nice profit off that. So if you guys want access to the indicators, just go on the website, k2trades.com, click on K2 strategy course right here and sign up to get your access to the indicators so that you guys can apply them on your own. But David, looking at GJ right here, it looks like there's one entry that was right here. This looks like it's in profit on its way to full TP. There's another one where it rejects off this point right here. This looks like it's on its way to full TP as well. There's actually 3 entries right here you could have stacked. 1, 2, 3, 4 entries right here. If these all hit full TP, you could go for about 20 to 25 pips each, which could hit, obviously full TP from there. All right, US 30 right here is looking nice. It dropped right back to a TP1 and then on its way to a full TP right here. So I might just hop back into this as well. All right, so I'm back in the US 30 trade as well. Let's hop back in. I'm going for that full TP. So let me just set my TP here. Stop loss 30,206. TP is 29967. All right, so I'm in profit in both of the positions right now. Just letting them play out for the most part. I'm in US 30 and S&P. Yeah, so I mean, it looks good so far. I'll probably be entering more scalps as well as it continues to drop further. I'm on the wrong chart. So this is the normal chart. This is the scalping chart. Looking at this right here, our S&P almost hit full TP right now. It's on its way back down right there. It's halfway to full TP. I'm just letting it be right now. And then I'm going to be looking at other stuff over here. NASDAQ might be setting up for another sell right here. I mean, if you guys took that last entry, it dropped to like halfway to TP. And then if this candle right here closes, it'll provide for another sell entry as well. Closes in about 8 minutes. So I'll keep watching it to see. But other than that, I think everything else looks pretty decent so far. Our S&P's in profit, our US 30's in profit. And then GJ right here, if you decided to take that, David. So if you took GJ right here, I think the sweet spot for the 10-minute would probably be about 15 to 20 pips. So if we leave that right there, 15 pips, you guys can see that it's currently moving down. Other than that, I think that's fine. So it looks like the market kind of slowed down slightly, which is fine. I can take a little breather as we wait for this to play out. So let me go ahead and take a look at the chat. I'm currently in the sell for US 30 right here for that full move. I'm also in a sell right here for S&P for a scalp sell. And then I think David mentioned GJ right here. I don't know if he's in it, but I looked at it and it's currently in profit right now if you did take that entry. So let me check the chat real quick, see if there's anything that I'm missing before we continue on. So Mersabaugh said NASDAQ 100 is up right now. Yeah, it's bouncing around, Mersabaugh. There's not really a set direction for it yet. Solange said, LO, trading 212 won't let me buy anything. Good game. Yeah, it's so weird. Hey, Life Plus, how's it going, bro? Morning. Nevin said, what's a TP stop loss? My bad, Evan. I'm not sure which question you're asking about. If you're asking for US 30, there's a TP stop loss right there. If you're asking about S&P, this is going to be the TP stop loss for S&P right there. But man, the market's moving crazy this morning, right? Crazy spikes all around. I know there was US news this morning, but I don't know if it necessarily affected it that much. Let me check. Actually, I guess it was a bit of a drop. It was 50. They're forecasting it to be 60, and it dropped down to 58.7. So the news is actually not good. I don't know why it did this. It wasn't even record high. It said US January PMI hits record high. But in reality, they released the news here and it wasn't positive. So I don't know, like this news is contradicting what actually was reported. Looking at CNBC over here, see if there's anything that could really affect the market. Not really. So I'm not sure what's really causing these spikes in price, but I mean, something's causing the spikes in price, right? Yeah, price just seems to spike around a lot today, guys. I'm not really sure what's causing these spikes in price, but everything is kind of spiking around. Like even for US 30 right here, look, it's literally spiking every 10 minutes. It's spiking like 700 pips. Super risky. But I mean, we're still in the position, so it's fine. It's in the position and we're in profit. Same with the S&P right here. It's back to entry point, but I'm just leaving it alone and letting it play out. Look at NASDAQ right here. I'm glad we didn't take NASDAQ because look how much it's spiking around. I'm not going to touch NASDAQ because something is obviously pushing price to the extremes. Right here, price shot up on open about 600 pips. And then following that, it dropped 1,300 pips. And then it's just spiking around. Like NASDAQ is kind of hard to scalp right now because it's just spiking around way too much, right? There's no direction. It's kind of just going back and forth. So I wouldn't mess with NASDAQ right now. But for our other positions, they look fine. Our US 30's in profit, our S&P's in profit. So other than that, I would probably be careful with these entries because our stop loss is pretty tight. So you don't want to get triggered in the stop loss before it hits your TP, right? Overall net profit for today, we're looking pretty decent. We hit TP for US 30 over here, TP1. I exited and I re-entered for more profit. So I think that's about it, guys. Let me just check the chat out real quick, and then it looks like we're going to cool down for a second before we look for any entries, any more new entries. Emmanuel said, I'm in the call, but lot size valuations are the same. Emmanuel, I'm not, no, it's different. The lot sizes are they're using normal standard lots now, not mini lots. So instead of using like a 10 lot, you only use a 1 lot now for those specific pairs. But damn, look at the market, guys. This is crazy how much it's moving. I think NASDAQ is kind of tripping me out the most because US 30 is moving pretty, this is normal, right? This is normal movement for US 30, but NASDAQ over here, you can see that like throughout the day, it had these small candles, and then all of a sudden it has like these 1,000 pip moves right here. So I'm not going to touch NASDAQ. I don't know what's pushing NASDAQ right now. I try to check for the news, but it doesn't really seem like there's anything specific indicating, you know, what's causing these whipsaws in price. I mean, obviously right here, stocks rise to February, rebounding from small sell-off. So I do see this right here where it's indicating that it's going to, you know, obviously rebound, but for the most part, I don't know like what would cause it to spike thousands of pips, right? If it's rebounding, then you'd expect it to just be a smooth spike up, but it's not necessarily having a smooth move at all. Looking at the S&P right here. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, they didn't climb like crazy. All right, so that's CNBC right here. Let's see if there's anything else. Facebook strikes back against Apple privacy change. All right. Prompts users to accept tracking, Clubhouse. Yeah, I don't see anything specific here really causing stuff to spike around, but we're in our position, so I'm not too worried about them. Our US 30 drawback in profit even further. The NASDAQ is still spiking around. Our S&P is dropping back into profit as well. So I'm not too worried about them. I'm just going to set and forget them for the most part. And then we'll see what goes on here. Emmanuel said, where's your TP stop loss? Let me see a screenshot. Emmanuel, you're in the premium, bro. If you're in the premium, I sent the profits, the actual position here. So if you want to look at the position here, Emmanuel, because you're in the premium group, right? So if you're there, just look at the parameters right here. I've already sent the detailed parameters for you to enter. Nice. Cheryl over here locked in about, wow, not 1,000. She scalped S&P, the UK 100. She's just taking on all the indices, scalping. Hanging with Shawn this morning. Got to be quick this morning. Exactly. So congrats to Cheryl over here. See, everyone's locking in profits, guys. It's not just me. Cheryl locked in about 1,932 this morning. She's hanging out with Shawn this morning, and another 1,000 because she has 2 accounts here. I think she has 3 accounts now. So she's locked in some pretty nice profits for her account. So congrats, Cheryl. More profits to come, guys. Paul over here. Nice. Yeah, so everything is looking pretty good for the most part. I'm not really too worried about these positions. I'm just Juliet said, good morning. I found this group on Telegram. Here, let me see. I understand why people always do that right here. Juliet said, good morning. I found this group on Telegram. How do I become part of, I'm trying, but no response. I said I responded to you, and I forwarded the whole message here. How do I get to premium? And I responded to you. So guys, if I'm responding to you, I mean, actually look at the messages. I don't know. I like, okay, Juliet said, thanks, just saw this. Yeah. Because if you guys ask questions in the group, I usually respond to you guys. You know, I'm not ignoring the questions. Whenever I get questions, I do respond. But make sure you're actually checking the messages when I do respond to you guys. So here's US 30 right here. It's swinging around. I mean, everything's swinging around right now, guys. I'm not sure what's really causing these spikes in price. I'm trying to figure it out, but I don't really see anything in the news causing US manufacturing PMI at 58%. January on business. So like these news are like contradicting, because right here it says that it's actually low, and then over here it says that it's high. So I don't know. Market Economics says PMI hits record high, and then right here on PR News it says that it's hit a low. So I feel like that would probably drop price for the indices, but I mean we'll have to wait and see how this ends up playing out from this point. So everything here looks fine. Let me see if there's anything else to follow over here. Oh man. Sorry, I'm just looking at something right here. I'm looking at my messages on Telegram real quick. I got a bunch of messages here to respond to. All right, let me just go down the chat. So let's see if there's anything else here. Ionin said, let's get a great call. PS in silver since market open in Australia. When you guys are sleeping, just about to take profits. Nice. So Ionin took a Aussie move this morning. Here's GJ right here, David. If you took it, it's looks like it's about to hit full TP. If you ended up taking that trade when I analyzed it earlier. So small scalp, 15 pips, nothing too crazy. Looks like Ionin took the Aussie trade. Let me look at the Aussie 200. Oh, he took silver. Okay. So he took silver actually. Silver right here. Looks like there was a bunch of scalps here for silver as well. If you were scalping it, looks like there is yeah, there's a whole bunch right here. So if you guys were scalping silver last night, I'm not sure who scalped silver or trade silver, but if you were, I did make profit off gold last night scalping. But if you guys did scalp silver, looks like there's quite a bit of entries right here. So you can see the rejection off the pivot right here. If you took that trade, that would have been a full TP right there. Full TP right there for silver. Again, over here, there's a couple other entries right here. 600. Man, if someone here is, well, Julie over here, I don't know. Julie, are you in this chat? Well, Julie, I already feel that you're part of IML or something. If you're trying to just steal my trades, then don't even think about it. Because are you an admin? Learn how to grow your income, create financial freedom. So Julia here looks like a scammer. She just wants to copy my trades and pretty much resell them. So, I mean, don't even think about it, Julia. I'm just going to ban you from the group anyways. Obviously, it's pretty clear here that you're doing something. You're trying to sell something. So we'll see who you are in a little bit. But looking at this over here real quick, so silver right there, US 30 is still in profit, but it's moving up right now. Everything is kind of swinging up right now, but we'll see how this plays out. I feel like I should have closed my S&P in profit earlier. This is kind of why I want to focus on just trading, guys, because if I was just looking at this, I would have closed it out. But I pretty much just let it run, which is fine as well. It's just the market's just moving kind of wacky today. So it's not really moving as smooth as we would have liked. US 30 right here, as it swings up, I'm probably gonna enter another sell. So if it swings up, rejects off this pivot over here, and then swings back down, then I'll probably enter another scalp sell. But other than that, the market kind of slowed down a little bit. NASDAQ right here is crazy though. I don't know what's going on with NASDAQ. Look at this spike up. So it spiked up on open about 1,000 pips. It spiked down like 1,300 pips. And then after that, it spiked all the way back up over here for about another 1,000 pips over there. Let me see if there's anything else over here. For a city trader here, these US 30 swings aren't good for my heart. Yeah, no, definitely, guys. The swings here are like pretty crazy. Like you can see here, US 30 is still in profit. I closed out in profit down here, and then I re-entered when it swung up over here. So I'm currently still in profit, but I'm just pretty much just hanging on and watching how things play out. Because the market's just all over the place this morning. It's not usually a smooth move. Usually we have a smooth move where it just goes, straight down or straight up. But this morning it's just bouncing back and forth. So, if you guys don't feel confident about your trades, maybe sit out today and just watch. But obviously I'm in the trade. I'm just holding on to it and watching it pretty much play out. But everything is kind of like spiking around right now. It's not just US 30. It's the same for S&P, and it's even worse for NASDAQ over here. But going back to GJ for the one that David was looking at, let's see. GJ right here looks like it's coming back down. I mean, it's been coming down, but it looks like it's about to come down to hit the full TP. Other than that, I think everything else is kind of slowed down a bit. The Forex pairs over here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Well, I know this week's NFP, but usually at the beginning of NFP, it's usually pretty slow. Like Monday, Tuesday, it's slow, and then it picks up Wednesday, Thursday up until Friday. Other than that, let's check out the chat over here. Yeah, Tony said market manipulation for NASDAQ for sure. Yeah, this is I wouldn't touch NASDAQ, guys, if you guys are thinking about trading it. I mean, if you are, take a small position and don't over leverage, because it's moving around too fast where you can easily blow your account if you take too big of a lot size. Here, let me scroll up real quick. So I missed like all these messages earlier. I'm gonna see what else is going on over here. HDHD said, sorry, could we get this US 30 scalp quickly? I know you're busy. City said, are we, okay, I guess I already answered your question. City was asking if we're taking the daily signal or just scalping. I'm taking both. So I did scalp earlier, and then I took the daily signal, and then I'm gonna scalp it as it comes back down even further. So that's pretty much it for that. HD, you can, I mean, there's no scalp entry yet, but when the scalp entry does appear, you can take it. I'm waiting for it right here. If this ends up testing this structure right here, so if it tests the structure and the pivot, I'll take another sell for a scalp. But currently right now, we're just pretty much just waiting for it to play out, because the market's just bouncing all over the place this morning. Check my chat. I'm getting a lot of messages in the thing right now. So if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm probably not gonna be able to respond to you guys just yet. I'm just waiting for these positions to play out before I respond to you guys, because we're pretty much taking these scalps right now. So I'm right now waiting for US 30 to drop further. It's currently at entry. Well, no, it's not entry. It's in profit, but I'm just waiting for it to continue dropping. Okay, so here's a drop for US 30. It's coming right back down. So it's looking pretty decent. S&P is dropping back down as well. NASDAQ, I would not touch NASDAQ. Look at NASDAQ. Damn, look at that spike. It's definitely being manipulated, guys, because these are not normal candlestick movements, right? On the open, that's normal for it to drop or spike around, but spiking throughout the entire day is not normal for NASDAQ. This is a normal candle move, like about 200 to 300 pips, less than 300. But you can see all of these candles here for NASDAQ. This is moving like 600. The one before that is 650. Below that right there is about 500. Yeah, everything looks like it's pretty much coming back down though, so it looks fine. US 30s, there we go. US 30s dumping back down right there. Same with the S&P, it's also dumping down, so I think we're fine with those two right now. NASDAQ, I wouldn't touch NASDAQ. Everything else looks pretty all right so far. So I'm gonna leave it alone, and then we'll see what else we can find here. So let me go through the chat again real quick, see if there's anything else. Yeah, Trell said it's just Monday. Yeah, exactly. It's Monday and the market's like on crack this morning, right? It's bouncing all over the place. Usually it's pretty slow, but today it's a whole different story. I don't know what's going on in the market. I was trying to figure out, because usually if this is happening, there's usually something in the market going on that's causing these spikes, but CNBC has given no updates so far. I'm checking the Forex Factory news, nothing here as well. I mean, there's some little news that comes out, like housing drives jump in US construction in December. I don't think this is necessarily affecting, the indices market directly. So, I mean, we'll see. We're just watching these as they play out. Other than that, let me see. Mark said, I can't see, did UK bounce around 1600? So I'm gonna check this out for Mark real quick. Mark mentioned UK 100. UK 100 is bouncing around the pivot right now. Wait, I thought I marked this up. Didn't I mark it up earlier? It's weird. So I thought I marked up the zones for UK 100, but looking at this over here, I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to just mark this up real quick. So we got that right there. Guys, the way that the market's moving today, I might not go to full TP. I might, whenever I scalp, if I get into some profit, I'm just going to pull out, because there's just too much stuff going on in the market where it just keeps bouncing too much. And I don't want to get caught in any of these whipsaws, because the last thing you want to do is get close to TP and then it ends up whipsawing on you, right? The opposite direction, because it happens all the time. And today just seems like one of those days where there's a lot of whipsawing going on in the market. And if you guys don't know what a whipsaw is, it's I'll show you right now. Just let me check this out for Mark real quick. So Mark mentioned, yeah, the US 30 scalp hit the stop loss, I think, or unless you guys close out in profit. So now, like that, I've identified how the market's moving this morning. It's literally whipsawing all over the place. So I think if you guys end up hitting some scalp moves, when it moves in a profit, as it gets close to TP, just close out your positions, guys. Because like right here, this is what an example of a whipsaw. You can see that price comes up. So this is the first move. The first move is the whip, and then the whipsaw is when it comes back down, right? It swings up and then it swings back down. So this is a whipsaw move. Again, right here, you can see that it comes back down and then it whipsaws back up. So you guys can see how price swings back and forth. Those are whipsaws. And for our scalps today, now that we know that the market's moving like this, we might either sit out the market, or if we decide to enter trades, we're going to exit right away, or not right away, but once it reaches like some decent profit. Because right here, price is just all over the place, right? You don't want to get caught in any of these whipsaws where you end up being in profit and then it ends up kicking you out. Like right here for you for S&P, we are in S&P right here. It dropped pretty close to full TP down here for 100 pips, and then it swung back up. So we're still in net positive today. Let me just write the profits over here. So let's see the live scalp or live trades today. We had a US 30 scalp loss or negative. It was a small move. What was it, like 500 pips? US 30 daily TP1 for plus 750. And then we had SPX 500 loss for 100 pips. So, doing the math for all those, we're still a net positive for today. S&P is even cheaper actually than US 30. So it's not really it's fine. It's just a small little loss on that. So we're taking the same lot sizes for them. So like basically right here, we had the first loss for 500 pips, and then we had the win for 750 pips, and then a small loss for 100 pips off S&P. So we're still net positive. Plus, it's not much. It's obviously not much, but it's still net positive right now. So if you guys were copying these properly and using the proper lot size for all of them, we're in profit still for the day. Negative 500 for US 30 scalp, plus 750 for the TP1 for the daily entry, and then a small scalp right here for S&P. And if you guys are using, the proper lot size, it should be around worth the same amount. The only difference is S&P is a little cheaper than US 30. So this loss is actually a little less. So just keep that in mind, guys, if you guys are still watching these. Other than that, let me keep following. Yeah, I'm looking at these moves right here. The indices market is definitely being pushed around because Generally, S&P only moves about 70 pips, 70 to 100 pips per candle. And then right here, you can see that these are moving about over, like well over 100 pips, 120 pips, 120 pips. And then even this current candle right here, about like over 100 pips. So keep that in mind, guys. With that said, it's going to be a little tricky for us to set our TP stop loss because the normal sweet spots are probably going to get triggered quickly. So back at US 30 over here. Oh, sorry, I moved this one. Back at US 30 over here. The GJ that we looked at earlier, David, it's still pushing a full TP right there. So that's actually looking all right. But everything else over here is kind of, it's spiking around like crazy. So remember to protect your positions and move your stop loss in profit or exit in profit when you get a chance as it gets near your TP points. So we'll keep watching for these, but just looking at the market today, it's all over the place, guys. It's crazy how it's moving. It's not necessarily a safe market to trade in. Maybe we should just scalp something like GJ right here. Something that's not moving as crazy. So GJ, this scalp's about to hit TP. David, if you took that. Otherwise, let's see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stay away from this right now. But I still have my US 30 open right here. So I currently still have this active right here. It's still in profit. It's below entry. And I'm just gonna keep holding on to this. If anything, I might just continue scalping US 30 instead of hopping in on these other trades. So right here, if this closes in the next 2 minutes, I'm probably going to enter another short position right there for a scalp. The other positions, though, I'm probably going to keep away from like S&P and NASDAQ because those two are bouncing around kind of heavily. NASDAQ for sure, I'm not touching that, even though this would be a nice scalp this way. So if you take the scalp in the other direction right here for a buy, so you can see the rejection off the pivot, and then it shot up this way, it'd be in profit right now. But I'm not going to touch it because it's just not moving smoothly. We do have this one right here. Got about 2 minutes left on that candle, so I'll probably be taking that soon. See if there's anything else. See if there's anything right here. Yeah, Lisa mentioned US 30, 10-minute wicking off green pivot, waiting for candle to close, snipe entry forming again. That's exactly what I'm waiting for right here, Lisa. If this closes right here, I'm going to take this for a sell, and then I'm going to write it down. Got about 1:30 left on that. Let me check the chat real quick, see if there's anything else going on over here. Sorry, guys, I might have missed a lot of your messages here. Yeah, Emmanuel, parameters are the same for FTMO. That's why I only send out one signal now. Hey, Billy, what's up, bro? How's it going? Short Scene said, high impact news for Forex Factor for USD. Yeah, I noticed that as well. Eric said, you determined that the 10-minute chart is the best for scalping. Yeah, for my back test, it does. But it just really depends on what you're trading, Eric. You don't have to trade on the 10-minute. Like all the time frames work perfectly fine. It's just the lower time frame you go on, the more noise you hit, and the higher time frame you go on, the higher risk you take because you're going for bigger moves. Byron mentioned NASDAQ is very hard to trade. Yeah, it is kind of tricky. So it's not something that I normally trade. Eric said you should have a copy trade service for scalping for some people who are working. Maybe, maybe not, probably not. I don't like dealing with people complaining. So I already know that once, yeah, I'm getting a ton of these messages on Telegram. It's like people asking basic questions. I'll get back to you guys soon. We got about 20 seconds left on here. I'm probably gonna enter this for another scalp right here for sell. I'm just waiting for it to close. All right, we got about 13 seconds left on this candle. About 9 seconds. All right, enter another short position right here. Actually, mine's didn't enter yet. I'm entering a sell stop right here, guys. So if you guys want to enter a sell stop, I'll probably enter it as it comes back down. Let me set this right here. See, stop loss can be 30143. profit's gonna be 3043. So mine hasn't entered yet. I'm thinking about entering right now. So I will. Yeah, I'm in the position now, guys. It's dropping back in profit as we speak. Scalp number 1. The market's crazy, guys. I'm taking smaller lot sizes today. Obviously, I'm taking the same amount of positions, just taking smaller lot sizes. So it doesn't really hurt my account. So if today just becomes a crazy day, we'll be able to catch this as you move on. Yeah, at least identify the scalp as well right here. So I'm looking at the premium group right here. We do have this scalp right here, or no, sorry, Lisa, she identified the same scalp that we were looking at right here. But with the market moving pretty crazy, it's kind of risky. I took a smaller lot size for all my positions just to protect my account. Because if the market's crazy today, guys, it might be better to just sit it out and then pick back up tomorrow or the following day. Because obviously we don't know how the market's going to keep moving, but if it spikes around too much, it's going to make it really hard for us to scalp because these movements in price. So David, the GJ that you were looking at earlier hit TP right there, 15 pips. So that hit full TP. Everything else, I'm still in these positions. So I still have US 30, the full move right here. I still technically have this running, but price is just spiking all over the place. You guys can see that it's just going back and forth. And we'll continue to hang on to these right here. I mean, I'm still a net positive for the day. You guys saw, the breakdown right here. Still net positive for the day. And I'm hopping in for another scalp right here for US 30. So NASDAQ over here. Look at NASDAQ. It's real. It's like you could get really lucky or you could get really unlucky. Because like right here, if you took this sell, you probably would have lost. If you took this buy, you would have won. This is what I mentioned about using smaller lot sizes, guys, so that you guys can take multiple positions. You don't just have to take the one buy here that probably would have lost or the one sell here that would have lost. You could have caught these other ones over here. Look at NASDAQ. It's about to hit TP on that one. So it looks like if you guys did take that trade that I was talking about earlier, it would have ended up hitting right there for that scalp. I kind of wish I took that trade versus these crazy trades over here for the other pairs. So I'm just watching out for these right here. Let me see if there's anything else. Devin said, I've been holding US 30. I'm not touching UK 100. Yeah, it's moving kind of crazy right now. Mercedes said it was TP. Oh, it's already too late for that. S&P's already done. Flynn said Ripple is 100% long sentiment on IG sentiment. Let me check that real quick. Damn, that's crazy, dude. So let me see IG sentiment. Let's check the IG sentiment for. Oh wow. I think they took down They took down XRP from IG. Who mentioned that it was 100%? Flynn said Ripple's 100% long on IG sentiment. So I think they probably delist, or they didn't delist it, but they suspended XRP off IG. Oh yeah, right here. We're not allowing any positions to be open for GameStop, AMC, and it looks like, I mean, the same situation for Ripple over here. Let me check Ripple real quick. Is it still pushing up from last night? Because we did analyze it for you guys last night. XRP is right here. No, it actually dumped. So it hasn't swung back up. But yeah, if everyone was long XRP, I mean, they would have gone screwed. It looks like a lot of these brokers are not allowing you guys to trade them right now. So let me go back over here real quick. Wow. So NASDAQ would have hit full TP if you guys took that. that, what the fuck is this, man? Yeah, if you guys took that scalp right here for NASDAQ, this would have hit full TP right there. And that's what I was talking about earlier, guys. You guys can't get married to a position, right? You guys can't be like, oh, I'm only going to take long positions. I'm only going to take short positions. You guys have to look for the entry. And if you have an entry like this right here, where it rejects off the structure and the pivot, you guys can take that trade. It doesn't matter if it's trending up or if it's trending down. It can shift at any moment. Like looking at NASDAQ right here, you could have taken short positions from here as it came down, long positions right here as it swung back above, and then short positions here. You can take them in both directions, but just the way that the market's moving, this is why I'm being a little careful with my positions, because you just don't really know if it's going to whipsaw. The worst part of scalping is when it's whipsawing, because you guys will get caught. You guys may get stopped out in both directions if you get caught in during a bad little wave of price. But yeah, if you guys took the NASDAQ scalp right here, obviously that would have hit full TP. Unfortunately, I didn't. I should have. I'm trying to go back and reset there we go. Yeah, so for NASDAQ right here, if you took this scalp right here, and I'll show you what we were looking for. What you're looking for here is a rejection off the pivot and rejection off the structure. When you have those two right there, you take the long position when the candle closes, and then you ride it up. So that's what we could have taken right there. Obviously, if you took this sell right here where price rejected off this pivot and shot down, you would have gone stopped out right here, but you would have covered that loss if you took it in the other direction. That's why you got to be really quick with these scalps. You have to, if you take the loss, don't think about it too much. Just take the next position and you can cover your loss right there. Other than that, I mean, we're going to keep watching the chart, see if there's anything to really look at, but the market is just, it's really risky right now to take these scalps with how much it's moving. I mean, you guys can scalp, like for this position right here, our main position, it's fine because it's such a big range. Even if it whipsaws back and forth through here, we're fine because we're going to be able to hang on to this position until it ends up going where it's supposed to go, right down here. When you're scalping, your TP stop loss is just too close. So you might get stopped out before it ends up hitting TP. That's why right now it's kind of risky to be scalping because it just moves around too fast. So let me see if there's anything else here. RX said, I can't find S&P on my platform. It shows disabled. So now I'm looking for cash, but I can't find it. S&P is now called US 500.cash. So that's the symbol for S&P. Arash said, I joined the K2 public for around a month and I'm a price action trader. And now I compare it to the K2 strategy. The K2 strategy is so easy and less stress, actually. Exactly. Arash, like my trading here, it's rule based, right? You just have to look for the requirements. If you find the requirements here like this, you see the rejection off the K2 pivots and rejection off the K2 SR level. If you see that, you enter the trade. The problem with price action is that it's so subjective. Like something that you see could be completely different from what I see. And our analysis is never going to line up, right? But if you guys look at it from the way that I analyze charts, it makes it so much easier because you're able to just check off the checklist, like check off requirement number 1 right here. I'll just put the requirements here. The K2 snipe strategy. So for 1, you just confirm wick rejection off K2 pivots or K2 pivot, confirm wick rejection off K2 SR level. 3rd, confirm pivot rejected off, does not touch candle body. And then after that, you just enter on the open of the following candle. So that's pretty much all you do. It's not really that difficult. The requirements are pretty straightforward. You just identify the wick rejection off the K2 pivot right here, identify the wick rejection off the K2 SR level, confirm the pivot rejected off does not touch the body. So you just make sure the pivot doesn't touch the body, this orange one down here, and then you can take the trade, enter on the next candle, and that's how you hit full TP right there. Super simple, not difficult at all. I'm getting some alerts over here. Damn, US 30 is like all over the place, guys. It's like cracked out. US 30, NASDAQ, all the indices are spiking all over the place. So I think after this trade, I'm probably going to sit out the market for a bit and just let it stabilize because I don't want to get caught in any of these crazy price movements. I mean, unless I see something good, then yeah, I'll keep trading it. But if I don't, I'm probably going to sit out because I don't want to risk anything right now when the market's just too crazy. But you guys see here the requirements for the strategy. It's super simple, and we apply it time and time again. So like, for example, right here, we enter the scalp. So I'll just copy this over here. We enter this sell right here as well. Same requirements. We have the rejection off the pivot and rejection off the structure, and then we just enter on the next candle, right? Same requirements. If you just check off the checklist, you're like, check, wick rejection, check, wick rejection, check. It doesn't touch the body, and then you enter the trade. That's pretty much it. But I mean, normally it's a lot smoother. So like right here, you can see that things are spiking around, right? But if you look over here, when price is moving pretty smooth, like for example, over here, if you were to take this trade, it's the same requirements. You see the wick rejection off the pivot, wick rejection off the structure. Once you see that right there, you enter a long position right here, and then you let it run, and then it goes straight to full TP with no drawdown. That's why I call it the snipe strategy, because you're literally just waiting for this. You're like waiting for a sitting duck, and then you snipe it. This is how the strategy normally works. So don't think of this as like how the market normally moves, because it doesn't normally move like this. Normally it's pretty smooth. Like right here, see this rejection off it? Same exact thing. Wick rejection off the pivot, wick rejection off the K2SR level, enter a long position right here. And this one would hit stop loss. But it's easy, you know, you guys understand how it works. So you had a win right here, a loss right here, and then another one right here. So one win, one loss. Again, right here, you have the wick rejection off the pivot. I mean, obviously this is a manipulated move too, because right here, you can see that price spiked about 1,200 pips. So you had no chance right here. Obviously, if you enter that trade, you had no chance because this is a market spike. This is what I don't like. I don't like when the market's spiking. I like when it moves smoothly. But right here, if you took this win, this loss, another entry right here, long position off there. If you took that right there, that would hit TP, right? So this becomes a game of numbers, guys. The more trades you take, the easier you can offset your losses and wins. But the win rate's pretty high, so you'd end up in profit, you know, if you just continually do this throughout the day. So like right here, win, loss, win. And then pretty much over here, let's see if there's another entry. Okay, so right here, there's actually entry right here. Actually, no entry there. I think there's no other entries at this point. But you guys get the gist of it, right? It's pretty much, it becomes a numbers game. You know, if you trade a strategy that's high frequency like this and it has a high win rate, you'll end up bouncing back regardless. So right here, the same scalp that we took for US 30, we have this scalp. It's now back in profit. We also have the full move right here for 1,500 pips. So we're going for double entries right here. So here it is dropping back down, pretty much just waiting for this to come down and hit TP. So let me just keep watching that right there, and then we'll continue on. So let's see, Dilraj wants me to take a look at EG. Let's take a look at that real quick, Dilraj. Let me add you to the list. There is our US 30 position dropping down further. Dilraj wants me to take a look at Euro GBP. I add you to the list, Dilraj. I'm gonna wait for this to move forward, and then I'll take a look at EG. Dennis said, sorry, I couldn't help it. It's my money song. Definitely, Dennis. Dennis said, I watched an interview yesterday about how some of these hedge funds have been giving out false information just to cause spikes and price just to clear out and get back in. Exactly, Dennis. That happens all the time. That's like clear. That's the example of market manipulation right there. They dump price and they buy it at a discount, or they spike price up and then they short it from that point to make their money off other people. Peter said, how's everyone enjoying Biden as president? No comment. Roscoe said, I haven't been on in a while. So this is the pivot scalp. Roscoe, this is a little different. This is the snipe strategy. It's a little different from the pivot strategy. Patricia said, Shawn, something's up, market, something up, market is not right. Yeah, exactly, Patricia, I agree. There's just not market's not moving smooth at all right now. See if there's anything else right here before I continue on. Forrest, any trader here, these US 30 swings are not good for my heart. I agree. Not for mine either. I've been trading for like years now. There you go. TP on that. All right, looks like our US 30 hit TP right there, guys. So let me get you some horns. I don't know why the alert didn't set off, but you can see here that the wick right here, the arrow is pointing down. So that means that it hit full TP. There we go. Full TP for the US 30 scalp. There we go. So there's your full TP for US 30 if you took that scalp with me that I called, not that long ago. So going back to the daily profits for today, let me just copy this here and I'll just put it on this chart. So obviously there's market manipulation going on. Earlier it hit our S&P stop loss right here, but it would have hit TP if it just continued on. So we're in profit right now overall. So these are our live trades for today. We have that S&P loss, and then we have US 30 scalp win for plus 500 pips. So overall right now, it looks pretty good for the most part. Let's see, I have my calculator right here. I'm going to delete this. We have about negative 500 for that first loss. We have plus 750 for the other win, negative 100 for S&P, plus 500 pips for US 30. So we're in total plus 800 pips for the day. So those are our trades that I called today this morning for our scalps. Everything looks pretty decent so far, but the market is still moving weird. So I'm not sure if it's something that I really want to mess with. I mean, we'll see. If there's more entries, I'll take them, but I'm going to be a little careful. I'm going to take smaller lot sizes. Kenny just sent me his profits. Let's see. Nice. Kenny said back to back, too easy. Slowly building my account so I can risk more and plan to take these shake back. Definitely, yeah. So nice. Look at Kenny right here. He took these 2 trades for GJ, both for full TP. So congrats, Kenny. That's a nice win right there for you. And you guys can see here, these aren't I didn't call these trades. Kenny used the strategy himself and he identified them. He had 2 back-to-back wins. So that looks good right there. If you guys have the indicators, you guys can do this on your own. You guys don't need me to call these trades for you. But obviously, I'm going to help you guys out as well since I'm here with you guys. So that looks good so far. A small profit on there. I made about 500 off that trade, off that scalp. So it's not too bad. I'm hanging on to this one right here. Other than that, let me see if there's anything else before I... sorry guys, let me just update this real quick. I think our sorry guys, the premium it needs to be updated. So let me just update this real quick. So I think the people that got booted yesterday, there we go. Yeah, people that got booted yesterday, if your subscription expires, the system automatically boots you. But it's fine because I could update it to let you guys back in if you guys end up signing back. So let me just finish this real quick. One last place. All right, so I think we're good for the most part. Yeah, everything looks good right here. Let's see who else in Deswell right here. Nice, Deswell. Just trying to get back even on my FTMO. Nice. So Deswell took both of the trades that I called here for US 30. He locked in 400, 500, 200. So a total of 1,256 this morning. Congrats, Deswell. You're making your way back. So that looks good right there. I might continue to scalp this down if there's another entry, but there's not one that's available right now. These are live trades from today. These are the scalp loss that we took in the morning, our TP1 from earlier. If you guys enter that back over here, it hit TP1 again. So you could have locked in like over 1,000 pips for that little move right there if you took it. If not, you would have had that first TP right there. But overall, we're in profit 800 pips for this morning with my scalps. So let me continue on with this and see what else is going on. City said YouTube needs a timestamp for messages. I asked that forever ago and already secured profits on US 30. Nice, City. So I'm glad you locked in some profits. But yeah, I do agree. They needed some timestamps so I can see what's going on. Nice. Kyle said he's watching. Peter said someone posted this truth. Federal government mobilized within 24 hours to protect hedge fund managers, but left American families to suffer lockdown and jobless for 10 months while they debate stimulus bill. Right? Exactly. Hey, Samurai, how's it going, bro? Natej said, is US 100 the same as US Tech? Yeah, Natej, it's the same symbol. Lisa said, Shawn, it looks like US 30 10-minute is multiple wicks off the pivot and 30 minutes setting up a wick off the pivot. Should it drop soon in normal market? Yeah, exactly. So one thing that I look at as well, guys, is I try to identify these rejections, right? If there's like multiple rejections off a pivot and a structure, odds are it's going to come jumping down. So like right here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections off the pivots. And then look what happened after it. It just ends up coming down pretty heavy right here. So that's definitely something to look at. That's something that Lisa identified on her own. And it's something I've been trying to explain to you guys for the past, couple of weeks now. But obviously, as we continue to trade live like this, look at that. Wow. There we go. Our US 30 is about to hit full TP right here for 1500 pips. We'll add that to the list as well right here. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it looks good. And if you guys haven't already, let me just remind you guys, if you guys haven't already, if you guys can like the stream, that'll definitely help. It'll give me some incentive to come on and share these trades with you guys live every morning. Otherwise, like I mentioned, this is going to go private for the premium members only. But if you guys continue to like the videos and subscribe, I'll continue to come on and give you guys these live trades. It might not be every day once we go into the other model, but I'll still go on live for you guys like every couple days throughout the week. Man, I need some freaking coffee to keep me freaking focused with these crazy market conditions. So like, look at these whipsaws right here for NASDAQ. See, this is what I was talking about, guys. These whipsaws are crazy for NASDAQ. I wouldn't touch NASDAQ right now. I'd probably just focus on US 30 because, I mean, the movements are just insane. All right, there goes my one coffee for the day. If I end up scalping the rest of the day, I'm gonna have to get another coffee. So that's it for that. Our US 30 is still looking great, making its way to full TP. Let me go down the chat real quick, see if there's anything else that I'm missing off on. Dylan said gold is going crazy. So let me go to gold real quick. So Dylan mentioned gold is going crazy. I'll pull up gold on this chart over here, which will be pretty much our free chart for the most part. So looking at gold over here, yeah, look at these crazy spikes on gold, right? This is why I wouldn't mess with certain, it looks like the market in general is kind of going crazy. It's not just certain pairs over here, but yeah, it looks like, wow, look at these spikes. There's so many spikes all over. When this happens, guys, and there's too many spikes and whipsawing going on, I would just sit out of the market. I wouldn't even bother messing with it if there's this many spikes, because this many spikes just indicates that market manipulation is going on, and you definitely don't want to get caught in the way of the institutions, right? If the institutions are fighting each other and they're trying to push price up and down, you don't want to get in their way. So when that happens, I usually just sit on the sidelines and I just wait for it to smoothen out, for them to basically exit the market, to not spike price around, and for direction to be set. Because if you try to trade when price is going back and forth like this, or scalp in general, you can get caught in some like nasty moves. Like for example, right here, there's a bunch of entries that you could have taken here, but I wouldn't have taken it specifically because look at how many times it's whipsawed, right? It's back and forth. I would take these trades over here when it's moving smoothly. Like right here, there's a bunch of entries here you could have taken for gold, and you could have profited pretty nicely off like these little moves over here. Even right here. So like, for example, over here, you could have taken these moves when price is moving smoothly, right? We have the rejection off the pivot, rejection off the structure, like this right here. This is a perfect entry. Rejection off the pivot, rejection off the structure. You can take this right here for a short position for a full TP right there for about 680 pips, right? Little to no drawdown right there, smooth entry. Even right here, you see these rejections off these pivots. If you see these rejections off here, you can take this entry as well, and another full TP right there. So if you took both of these, smooth full TPs, easy moves, right? But then you get over here to how price is moving, and you can see that it's not smooth at all. If you compare this movement where it's smooth down, smooth up, right here, it's just sideways. So I wouldn't mess with gold right now either. Seems like a lot of these pairs are kind of They're like, dude, what's going on with my FTMO? Sorry, guys. I mean, my MT4 is like all over the place. I don't know if it's lagging or what the fuck. It went from like 1,000 in profit to like negative 200 now, but I should be in profit because it's below the entry. This is why I don't like MT4 because it's kind of outdated. So sometimes it'll lag and your profits won't show the update until like later. But I'm in profit, like we're in profit. It shows negative 200, negative 300 when I should probably be like positive 300 right now. I don't think the spread's that crazy. What's the spread like right now? The spread's only off by like a pip. So I'm kind of confused why my position looks like that. But I mean, whatever. We're going to keep trying to make these profits here. So yeah, looking at gold here, like you mentioned, who mentioned this? Yeah, Dylan said gold going crazy. It is going crazy. So I wouldn't mess with gold right now. Once it smoothens out, so like say for example here, say this drops down farther and then it starts to smoothen out, kind of similar to like this right here. See how it smoothens out? When that happens and it swings back up, then we can take some scalps. But right now it's just going back and forth. It's just ranging between these two zones right here, this upper zone and this lower zone. So I wouldn't necessarily mess with it at this specific time. Here, Dilraj, let me check EG real quick because I know Dilraj asked for that a while ago. So I'm going to go to EG real quick, Euro GBP right here. And see, this is what I analyzed this last night for you guys. I mentioned that there was a sell here, but I didn't want to take it because there was news last night. So that's why I didn't take it. But looking at EG here, I'll just go ahead and analyze this from scratch for you guys that are new here. This is how I analyze anything, not just Forex, indices, commodities like gold, silver, oil, stuff like that. Pretty much everything's the same analysis. So I'll delete everything off the chart right here. Here we have a naked chart. First thing I'm going to do is turn on the K²SR indicator. And then I'm going to go ahead and draw my zones. So I'm going to draw my zones right here. We have this zone right there. We have these two zones right here. And the reason why I'm drawing these zones is to identify price breaks and structure. Because if you tie price breaks and structure with momentum, you can catch some pretty nice moves. That's pretty much how I trade everything in Forex when I trade off the 4-hour candle. So I've drawn these structures up here and then the last one all the way up here. So once I've done that, I hide the K²SR indicator and then you guys can see from this point that it's some pretty nicely drawn structures, right? I drew these structures from today, which is February 1st, but you can see that these structures have been tested way like throughout the entire year. It's been tested back in March of last year, 2020, all the way up until September 2019. May 2019, and these same structures that I drew just today, they've been testing for years, 2018, 2017. So you guys can see that these are some pretty strong historic structures to be looking at. So looking at this now, after you have these structures drawn, what I do next is I turn on the momentum indicator so I can determine where the bias is. So for right here, we have a sell bias. Reason for that's because we have a sell signal right here, right? So with the sell signal right here, it's going to indicate that momentum is still swinging down. So you can see basically from this point, whenever we have a signal, momentum usually swings in that direction for X amount of time. So right here, we have a sell signal, price swings down. We have a buy signal, swings up to the structure, rejects off it, sell signal, swings down, buy signal, swings up, vice versa. So right here, we have a sell signal. So what I think is going to happen here is price is probably going to reject off this structure and head back down. Once it closes below this structure right here, then we could possibly take a short position and ride this down, right? That's kind of what I see happening right here. What happened is basically some sort of break and retest, right? So like right here, you can see that price broke below. It's retesting the structure, and then it's possibly going to come back down for a continued drop to continue its move. One way to confirm this as well is you can look at the indexes. So I'll pull up the Euro index right here, EXY, and then we'll tie that with the pound index right here. So as you can see right here, it shows that the euro is weak, right? So the euro has a bearish candle right here and it's coming down. The British pound index is trending down, but it's pushing up. It has a bullish candle right here. So with that said, you can see that this could possibly come down because if the pound is stronger than the euro, price will come down. When the euro is stronger than the pound, price goes up. If you guys understand how price moves, basically when price is going up, that means the first currency is stronger than the second. When price is coming down, that indicates that the second currency is stronger than the first right here. So that's why I see this coming down from this point. Like I mentioned, it'll probably reject off here. If it closes below the structure right here, you can take a short position and pretty much ride this down in this direction. So that's what I see happening for EG. But with how the market's moving today, I'd probably be careful, especially with it being NFP as well. So just keep that in mind, Dilraj, but this is what I see happening for EG. It has a bearish bias right now. So let me see if there's anything else over here as well. Samurai said CHF JPY monthly rejection. Res with a daily inverted head and shoulders breakout on USD CHF. EJ has a pin bar rejection at the fib. So I'll take a look at those as well, Samurai, but I'm going to go through the chat first before I get to yours. So let me see. Samurai mentioned CHF, JPY. So I'll just do analysis. And then another one after that is going to be USD CHF and then EJ as well. So I had a couple pairs to look at for you, Samurai. But let me get through the chat further before I analyze those for you guys. So Life Plus said you can still make some profit when the market's crazy like this. Yeah, exactly, Life Plus. As long as you have proper, as long as you guys have proper money management, right here. Life Plus said money management is key in this situation. Yeah, exactly. It becomes a numbers game, guys. You guys have to lock in profits when you can, and you guys have to be able to eliminate losses when you can as well. But yeah, I mean, just looking at our overall profits for the day, it's still looking pretty decent, even though everything's kind of spiking around so much. So let me just delete this one over here. This is done. And we're currently still in our US 30. So right here, there's not going to be a scalp entry because it's not rejecting off a structure. It would have to reject off a structure for us to have that entry. But we still have this full position running right here. So we got that running over there. Other than that, we'll be watching for any other entries. So let me go through the chat again and see if there's anything else that I'm missing. Short Scene said, just take a look at CHF JPY start dropping as mentioned. Confirm your side of the real drop or something to hold of Talanji said, hit that like button. Yeah, definitely, Talanji, thanks for reminding me. Short Scene wants me to look at CHF JPY. So since we have two questions for that, I'll look at that right now. Looking at CHF JPY right here. I have this marked up from yesterday, but I'll analyze it for you guys from scratch. So you guys can see how quickly I'm able to analyze this thanks to the K2 indicator. So I'm gonna delete everything off the chart. I'm gonna turn on the K2SR indicator. And I'll just analyze it super quickly for you guys so that you guys can see. If you guys understand my system here, you guys can easily pull up any pair, analyze it real quick, and make a quick move if you guys are deciding to trade it or not. So I'm drawing these zones for you guys right here. Big zone right here. At this point, I would probably just connect. I mean, it doesn't matter. We can just connect these two right here. And then one big zone up here. All right, so once I have those zones, I'm gonna turn that off. Zoom out from this point. It's a pretty messy pair. If you guys know CHF JPY, it's a sideways moving pair. But looking at this right here, we have a sell signal. So what I see happening over here is we have the rejection from this point over here. And then we have the sell signal right here, right? So generally when this happens, this pattern appears all the time. If you guys have watched any of my previous sessions, I always see this pattern right here, rejection, sell signal, and then it pushes down to the next structure right here, right? What we're waiting for is waiting for price to close below this structure right here. Once price closes below the structure right here, we can take a short position and then write it down to the structure down here for about 30 pips, right? Pretty easy setup right there. It's the same thing that's happened over here. So we have a rejection from this point off this structure up here. We have the sell signal right here. And it broke structure, like I mentioned right here, right? We're waiting for it to break and close past structure. It broke and closed past structure right there. And you could have taken the short position from that close all the way down to full TP right here for about 30 pips, like I mentioned. Right over here, it's the same exact setup. And that's kind of what I see happening there for CHF JPY. So the confirmation would be that right there. Once that happens, you can take the sell and then write it down for a nice profit of about 30 pips. So that's it for CHF JPY. I have two other questions from Samurai, CHF, USD CHF and Euro JPY, but I'm gonna look through the chat before I continue on with this as well. Let's see. Live Plus said another tip is to move stop loss to break even when position is 1/4 to the way to TP. Smart move, Live Plus. I never really thought about that. Usually I do that, but I stopped like really adjusting my positions after a while because I wanted to just catch the full move. I mean, US 30 right here is really testing our patience, right? So guys, this might be another setup for another scalp right here. I don't know if anyone wants to take this scalp right here. If you guys do, I'm probably going to take it because we have the rejection off the pivot right there and a rejection off the structure. So I'm probably going to take this scalp right here. We have about 3 minutes left on this candle. So I'm going to let it play out. But if it does close below there, I will be taking this this scalp. So I'll continue checking on that. Let me just keep going through the chat to see if there's anything that I'm missing before I continue on. Nice. Byron said, thanks. Just made 1,200. Nice. 1,200 for Byron. Congrats, bro. Byron said, yes. Money in the pocket. That's what I like to see. Billy said that horn. Exactly. Eric said fire. Samurai said, scalping is so hard. Fair play to you. Yeah, scalping is kind of messy, Samurai. Scalping is my bread and butter, though. This is how I make the most of my profits. I mean, obviously, like for my 4-hour trades, I'll set these and they'll run for like a couple hours, couple days. But my risk on that is like minimal. It's like 3%. When I'm scalping, I'm risking like 5 to 10%. So I'm able to like lock in and compound my profits a lot quicker. Let's see. Anything else over here? Vishnu said, oh my God, NASDAQ is filthy as hell. Yeah, no, exactly, bro. I'm not touching NASDAQ at all. Look, it's back up. So if you guys took another buy right here, because we have the rejection off this point, there's another buy that was available. Well, there was a buy that was available right here, full TP. And then there's another buy that's available right here. If you guys took that, because price rejected off the structure and it rejected off the pivot. So this is technically active and on its way to TP. Looking back at US 30 right here, I'm man, US 30 is just bouncing all over the place. We got 2 minutes left on this candle. I'm probably not going to touch. I'm probably done scalping for the day, guys, unless I see something really good, because this price is just spiking around like a little too much. And I just don't want to get caught in any moves because obviously I'm in profit already. Like here's our profits for the day. I'm doing pretty decent overall right now. So I don't want to mess up any of these profits. But I might take this one right here. I'll see what happens in about a minute and then I'll probably take it. The reason why I would want to take this sell right here is because we have the full move right here as well, right? So if I'm scalping within the full move, I can lock in more profits on top of this full move right here as well. So that's why I'm still going to probably scalp US 30, but I'm not going to mess with other things like NASDAQ over here. Even though it's hitting TP, I'm probably not going to mess with it because it's just too messy. And the same with the S&P right here as well. S&P is actually setting up for a buy entry right here, but I'm not going to touch it because it's just spiking around way too much. US 30, on the other hand, I definitely want it to come down. So I'll probably stack on my positions to offset any losses that happened, this morning. So I'm going to be watching this right here. We have about a minute left on this candle, and then we'll continue on with questions. I still have 2 pairs to analyze. I'll look at USD CHF and EJ next. Other than that, I'm going to go through the chat as we wait for this candle to close here. So Samurai said, anyone who scalped live and makes profit gets a like from me. Definitely. Thanks, Samurai. I appreciate that. Sam mentioned also, don't forget to share the K2 Facebook ads that appear on your feeds. Yeah, definitely. Thanks for reminding me, Sam. John said, Mom, I'm home. Samurai said, spreads jumped. I don't know. It's weird because my FTMO, it's in profit now. Well, I mean, it's at break even now. But this was, it showed that I was in negative when it should have been in profit earlier. I'm just not sure if my MT4 is just lagging or if the spreads are jumping around. I'm just not really sure what's going on with my MT4. It's why I don't really like using MT4, but I have to use it because that's what FTMO uses. So we got about 5 seconds left on this candle. I might take this for a small scalp right here. Nope. Yeah, so no scalp for me right here, guys. It didn't qualify the entry. We needed the wick to wick off the pivot and off the structure. It didn't do that, so there's no entry there. These are our current live trades for today. And we still have our position running right here, our full position. So we got those two running right there. No entry for US 30. Looks like the NASDAQ is still moving up right here, and S&P as well. Gold right here though. Look at gold. Gold might be setting up for a nice sell, but this is a risky sell. So I wouldn't take this, guys. I'll just mark it up for you guys so you guys can see. But yeah, this looks like this would be the move for gold right here. If you were to take the scalp, I wouldn't take it because like I mentioned, you want price to be moving smoothly like this, right? Smooth up, smooth down, smooth up. You don't want it when you don't want to enter trades when it's just ranging sideways, because you could get caught in some nasty spikes in price, especially with how the market is moving right now. So here's US 30, it's still pushing up right now. Yeah, thankfully I got out of the other position earlier. So I got it at 750 profit here. And then I think I'm going to get out once it pushes back into profit again, because I don't really want to mess with the market when it's spiking around so much like that. So this could happen here. So this could happen where price comes up, it wicks off this pivot, and then it comes crashing down. So maybe I might add on another position once it gets to that point. But currently right now, it's just moving around all over the place. Like these whipsaws right here are crazy, right? So you can see that price was ranging about 1,300 pips in the past hour or so. So each candle right here was about like 600 to 1,000 pips each, which is pretty messy. Especially since our scalps are for 500 pips, you could get caught in some nasty spikes where it'll spike you out and then it'll go into profit. This right here looks like a nice rejection. We have 7 minutes left on this candle. If this ends up closing like this, then I'll take it for a scalp down, because it looks like it's going to come right back down. So I'll be watching that. Let me check the chat real quick, see if there's anything else that I missed. Let's see if there's anything else here. Johnson, mom, I'm home. City said, did you close that big move thinking it was going, what was a scalp by accident? No, so I'm still in the big move right now. So technically, City, I closed this out when it got to TP1 down here. So price came down. I got out right here at 750 pips in profit, and then I re-entered when it swung up to here. So it swung up to here. I re-entered because I thought I was going to come back down, and then now I'm currently in the position. It's currently above entry, but I'm still in the position. But yeah, I'm probably going to keep scalping it if it provides an entry. If it doesn't provide an entry, that's fine. I'm not going to scalp it. But if it does, then I'll probably hop in just to cover these this little negative right here, right? Because it's negative about 200 pips, right? Not that much, 250 pips. So if I scalp this down here for 500 pips, this will cover any of this negative that's up here. So I'm basically hedging my positions, and I'm trying to minimize my risk by scalping within to lock in some profits, so that if the big move ends up swinging, I'll still be able to lock in some profit off these little scalps to minimize that. But just the way that the market's moving, I'm probably going to sit the rest of the day out, or not the rest of the day, but for the most part, the next couple hours until it starts to move a little smoother, because we just don't want to get caught in any of these crazy spikes up and down. So let me see if there's anything else over here real quick. Hey, Medvest, how's it going, bro? No problem, Dilraj. Zephyr said, what are your thoughts to use 30 time frame for the scalp entry on US 30 at a time like this? Shouldn't that strip away the noise better, or do you think the volatility will be masked? So Zephyr, that's a good question. I think it's actually better to use the 30 right now. So that's actually a good idea. I might just move to the 30-minute and just scalp from here. But I think the movement is still pretty crazy overall, Zephyr. So I don't think I would, even on the 30, I still wouldn't mess with it, because you can see right here that there's a couple entries like this one right here. This probably would have been a sell entry right here, but it's still a risky move. So this technically would have been a scalp move on the 30. But with this crazy volatility right now, it can easily like spike up and down to stop you out still, even if you're going for the bigger move here. I mean, obviously, if you took these other moves right here, like these scalp entries right here, like this one, this would have hit full TP. And that's how you would, you would minimize your losses, because you'd have a win here. You'd probably have like a risky trade right here, but it's going to keep bouncing back and forth. So personally, Zephyr, I would probably just sit out the market completely until, yeah, I'm definitely not taking the scalp right here. It's shot up way too high. Let me check this out real quick. I'm just checking out the other charts to see. Wow, look at that. Look at NASDAQ. If you guys took that scalp, it would have hit full TP right there. So for you guys that have the indicators, you guys are pretty much locking in some pretty nice profits for the day. Depending on what you're trading, you don't have to just stick to like one asset. You can scalp other ones, but just looking at the market right now, it's pretty, it's just whipsawing way too much. It's not something that I want to really dip into. Like this gold right here, if you took this trade, it would have lost, right? And it's because price is spiking back and forth. Like if you look at gold over here, this is even worse because it's bouncing around back and forth about 1,500 pips. So if your stop loss is too tight, you're going to get kicked out of these trades because it just bounces up, bounces down, bounces up, bounces down. And if you end up on the wrong side, you could get burnt pretty easily. So guys, be careful if you guys are scalping right now. I'm going to call it a day for a while, maybe for the next hour or two. I'll keep watching, but I'm not going to take any more trades on my own account because it's just too risky. But I mean, we made pretty decent profit today. So for today, we took a scalp in the morning. We took one loss for 500 pips. We took a TP1 for the full move right here when it dropped down to this point for a gain of 750 pips. We took one small loss off S&P for 100 pips. We took another US 30 scalp win for 500 pips. So for today, we have a total of 800 pips in profit so far. If you guys want to go back and rewatch the replay, you guys can see me call those trades live, and you guys can see me take them on my own account. But yeah, other than that, I'm going to sit tight, guys. If you guys have questions, I'll answer your questions, but I'm not going to be entering any more scalps until the market calms down. It's just it's too erratic right now. I don't want to mess with these trades and then end up being on the wrong side. So that's that. Let me check the chat real quick, see if there's anything to look at. Zephyr said, yeah, Zephyr. So yeah, back to your question. I probably wouldn't even scalp on the 30-minute right now because it's just too messy. Let's see. Harris Miller said, I tried shorting SPX at 9 o'clock, 0.03, broke even, made $6. What lot size should I use for S&P? So Harris, depends on your account size. So what's your account size for that, Harris? Because we can determine, so you should be risking like 5% max on your account if you're scalping. 5% max, 10% max total. But depending on how big your account size is, obviously if your account size is huge, then maybe risk like 1% or less than 1%. If your account size is small and you want to make a quick buck, obviously 5% is pretty decent as well. But if you're using a 0.03, I'm assuming your account is at least 3,000, right? Because yeah, because if your account is 3,000, then that'd be the lot size you'd be using for that. So it just depends on what you plan on trading on, like which asset. I mean, I think you mentioned S&P, right? So if you're trading S&P and you have a $3,000 account, then a 0.03 is fine. But if you're going to be trading on something with a bigger account, you can increase your lot size or decrease it depending on how big or how small your account is. Flynn mentioned, actually, sorry, Kimmy said, can you demonstrate how to identify the area you mark? You look so much, it looks so much different on my chart. So Kimmy, let me see, demonstrate how you identify the area you mark. So Kimmy, the way that I identify it, let me just, I'll go to a clean chart over here so I can show you how I identify these zones. So Kimmy, if you can be, which asset did you mark up? So which pair did you mark up? Give me the pair and then I'll mark it up for you from scratch so that you can see how I draw these zones on the chart for you. Because I do it the same way. So this is a naked chart right here. If you're looking at US 30, I turn on the K2SR indicator and then I draw my zones from there. So from here, I draw my zones like that. But if you have a specific pair that you're looking at that looks different from mine, let me know which pair, and then I'll draw those zones up for you to see, what was done differently. Because if your chart looks different, obviously something was done differently, and I can help you fix that. So I connect these two right here. This one down there, and this one down here as well. So that's pretty much how I drew the zones for US 30. I'm not sure if this is what you were referring to, but if you can be a little more specific with what you were drawing up, I can, oh, US 30, okay, Kimmy. So yeah, looking at this right here, this is how mine looks. Is this how yours looks? I just wanna, I pretty much what I did was I turned on the K2SR indicator and then I drew my zones over it. So I use a rectangle tool and then I drew my zones right over it. And then once that is done, I just hide this indicator and then it's cleaner zones on the chart. Because the problem with these zones right here is that they're kind of messy, right? It's kind of hard to see. But if you just draw your zones over them, it makes it a whole lot easier. What I use is the rectangle tool right here. Click this drop down menu for the geometric shapes and then click the rectangle and then you can draw your zones on the chart for you. So yeah, it's pretty much how I drew them on there. How does yours look different, Kimmy? I'm trying to figure out like where it looked different. I think the main difference here might have been the your main difference would probably be these right here, because you can see how these overlap. These could have been separate zones, but I just created them as one big zone. So you can see right here is just one big zone. You can have separate zones, but it's kind of easier to just have one big zone instead of those separate ones. Sure, no problem, Kimmy. Glad I could help. All right, so back to the other questions over here. All right, so US 30 is coming back down. I'll keep watching it. I'll probably scalp it as it comes back down. If it swings back down further, then I'll scalp it. Save that, close that. Yeah, if it swings back down, so this is what I'm looking for here. I'm waiting for this to swing back down, come back up, test the pivot, and then I'll catch the scalp as it comes down further. Because I'm in a sell right now, so obviously I have a sell bias, but we'll see how this ends up playing out as we continue moving forward. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so Kimmy said I just did it. I didn't know which zones to connect the overlapping lines. Yeah, exactly, Kimmy. It's kind of subjective. So, like I was mentioning earlier with those zones, like what I see is kind of different from what you see probably. But the more and more you see me draw these zones up, you'll start to understand like what's good to be connected and what's not. One way that I do it is I do this. So I look over here on this side, right? I see that these overlap right here. So I'll just connect this zone right here with this zone up here. So it just becomes one big zone rather than having like a bunch of multiple zones within here. All right, let me go back to the normal window over here. Just waiting for this to come back down so I can probably catch the scalp as it swings back in that direction. So let me see if there's anything else here. Let's see. Let me scroll up real quick because I missed a whole bunch of questions up here. Flynn said, US 30 will move smoother during Asia session and late NY. Yeah, exactly, Flynn. I agree. So that's probably why I'm gonna wait for that until it smoothens out and there's not these crazy spikes. And then I'll probably start scalping some more once we get to that point. It's only 8:33, so keep in mind, guys, the market just opened. So volatility is still kind of high right now. It's going to start to die down around 10. So once that happens, we could probably take other positions. Let's see. Flynn said, hi, Shawn. Can we have a Zoom link for the members? YouTube lag is killing us. Yeah, Flynn. So I'll send that link out after. The problem with the lag is that YouTube is having issues with, sorry, it's breaking news for CNBC. 1 second, guys. It's nothing crazy. I thought it was something else, but it just said Ford and Google signed a 6-year deal for in-car connectivity. All right, so that doesn't, I mean, this is going to affect Ford and Google stock, but not necessarily everything. So that's it for that right there. But yeah, Flynn, I'll try to get you guys a link probably starting tomorrow. I probably can't do it today because we've already gotten started, and this is already being streamed on the YouTube. So probably tomorrow, Flynn, I'll try to get that for you guys so that you guys can have it, more real time. Live Plus said GJ is awesome on the 10-minute. So going back to GJ over here, let me just, sorry guys, I'm like all over the place with these questions here, but I'm just trying to make sure I get to everyone for the most part. Let's see. Nice. Last Samurai said US 30 short here for me. Nice, Samurai. So yeah, definitely I might enter another short as well, bro, because I want this to come down. I mean, I already have a position running, but I definitely would want to enter another scalp as it continues on. So looking at GJ right here, let's see who mentioned it. Baswari, I'm not sure what you mean. Baswari mentioned sell or buy. So if you guys have a question, make sure to be like very specific with your question because the chat moves pretty quick. And I'm not sure what you're referring to, Baswari. If you say sell or buy, like include the pair as well. Like if you're looking at something like US 30, say sell or buy US 30, or if you're looking at NASDAQ, sell or buy NASDAQ, just so that I know what you're talking about because the chat moves kind of quick and I probably missed your question when you put it in the chat. Greg mentioned GJ ready to drop again. So not yet, Greg. Right here, we need the rejection off this point. So what we need is a rejection off the pivot and structure. So we need this double rejection right here, right? For right here, we have the rejection off the pivot, but there's no rejection off the structure. So this would need to close below here, kind of like what happened here, right? It rejected off the pivot and rejected off the structure. Right here, it hasn't rejected off the structure yet. But once it does, then we could possibly take a sell entry. So kind of what we're looking for here is maybe it drop a little farther. And then when that happens, you can take a short from that point for another scalp entry. But right now, currently, there's no scalp entry available. But who knows? It could be available like a little later from now. So let me see if there's anything else over here. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. So Life Plus Mint overall. Nice, nice. David said London closed soon. Could see it knocking out those relative equal highs. Yeah, definitely. I could see that too, David. I'm just going to be waiting for it. See how this plays out. I mean, I still have US 30 on my eyes right now, waiting for this to come back down so that I can take another scalp downwards. Other than that, let me see what else is going on here. Samurai said US 30 short have stop above the red zone. Oh, nice. Okay, that's a really smart place to have it, Samurai. So that's actually where my stop is too. My stop is actually above here. It's above the red zone. So right here is obviously the K2SR zone, rejection point. It could reject from any point here. It can reject from here, reject from here, reject from here. It could reject from anywhere. But that's a good place to have your stop loss. I have mine there in the same area as well. So it looks good for both of us so far. I definitely want to catch another scalp downwards to minimize my risk for the other positions. Oh, damn. Harris said that he has a $250 account. Yeah, so if you have a $250 account, Harris, your risk is way too high. You're risking like, I don't even know how much risk is that. Because generally when you trade US 30, most brokers require at least 1,000. So like, for example, if you have a $1,000 account and you're risking a 0.01 and you're, wait, let's see. Okay, you have 250. Wait, so 0.03, that's going to be about 30 cents per pip times 500 pips. Yeah, you're risking your whole account, Harris, on that one trade because if you're taking a 0.03 for a scalp move for 500 pips, you're risking 150. You're risking more than 50% of your account. So you're doing like 70% risk. That's way too high. And you can't you can't count on that one trade winning, right? It becomes a game of numbers. So you should be risking like 1 to 10%, 10% very, very max. So for example, if you're doing 1%, so 10 cents times obviously 500, it's gonna be $50. So $50 divided by your account's 250, you're risking 20% off that trade. So you should be using a 0.0. Here, guys, sorry, let me see what I'm. Here, guys, I'll go ahead and take a look over here real quick. I'm just getting a bunch of messages on Telegram. I'm not going to be able to get to you guys right away. But yeah, looking at this right here, let's see what we got over here. So you have 250 for your account size, and you should only be risking about 10%. So even, I think your account is just way too small for you to be trading US 30. I mean, you can trade it, but odds of you blowing your account are very likely. you should be risking something like, you should have at least like 500 in your account. Because if you have 500 in your account, so if you do 50 divided by, what was it, 50 divided by 500, you'll be risking 10%. So you should have like at least 500 in your account to be trading that. I know S&P is worth a little less, but you're still risking a little high. Because if you're doing 50 divided by 250, you're still 20%, and S&P is a little cheaper. It's not that much cheaper. You're still risking about 15% per trade. So, you know, the thing with that is if you're risking 10% per trade, and you have 100% divided by 15, you could only have 6 trades. If you have 6 back-to-back losses, you're going to blow your account. So this is, you know, it becomes a game of probability. You know, what are the odds of you having 6 back-to-back losses? Depending on how bad the trading day is, that can happen really quickly. But if you're only risking like 10%, you can have like 10 back-to-back losses, which is like very unlikely to happen. So just keep that in mind, Harris. I think you're definitely risking like way too high for your account. I'm not sure if you understand that. If you understand that and you understand the risk, then it's completely fine. You know, go ahead and do what you're doing. But for my advice, I would never recommend you to risk more than 10%, because if you blow your account, that's pretty much it, right? You want to be able to withstand like any drawdown so that you can bounce back from it and swing back into profit, you know, within the next day or next couple of days. You don't want to like put all your eggs in one basket, like trade today and blow your account and not be able to trade tomorrow. So just keep that in mind. If you want to take my advice, you can. If not, I mean, you can keep trading the way that you're doing. But I think that's definitely a super high risk for trading any indice in general. So let me go over here real quick and see if there's anything else that I'm missing. Last Samurai said 5 to 10%. Oh my God, you need huge leverage. Oh my God, are you sure? You mean 5 to 10%? For scalps, 5 to 10%, Samurai, because we're going for quick moves here, and the win rate is pretty high. Like obviously, right here you can see the win rate's it balances itself out. If I'm going for the big move, like the 1500 right here, I take 1% risk off this. But if I'm taking a small scalp move, I'm taking a bigger lot size because our win rate is a lot higher. I mean, it's high both ways, but for scalps, we're able to get in and out of trades pretty quickly. So that's why we take higher risk for scalps. But for normal intraday moves, we take lower risk. Samurai said, I risk 1% on swing trades, and that's if I scalp. I trade. Yeah, no, for scalps, for swing trades or intraday trades, I take lower risk. I only take 1%. I don't take that high for that specific reason, you know, because it's a bigger move and you're risking a lot more when trading that way. Dang, US 30 is spiking up like crazy. Are the rest of the indices spiking up too? Yeah, so everything is spiking up right now. This is why I think today's a risky day to be like trading in general, because everything is kind of, I don't know, everything's moving a little whack. Even GJ over here, look at GJ. It started to spike up as well. So GJ started spiking up. US 30 started spiking up. NASDAQ spiked up. S&P spiked up. What else spiked up? Probably gold too, right? Check up gold. So I'm glad I set out the market. I'm not taking any more trades for a while until the market starts to calm down a little bit. Look at gold over here. It's like, it's still spiking around back and forth. I thought this was going to spike up too, but it's actually going down. So with that said, guys, I'm going to hold off on entering any new trades. If you guys want me to analyze anything, I can, but I'm not going to take any more scalps on my account. Today's just too risky of a day for me to, you know, take too much risk when there's too much uncertainty. I only want to trade if I know what's going on in the market. Right now, I don't. Check the news again. Because on Monday, the market usually doesn't move like this. It moves pretty steady. Nothing too crazy, but these spikes over here are pretty insane. There's no news here for FX Factory or Forex Factory. There's also no real news here for Robinhood raises trading limit for GameStop to 4 from 1. I don't think it's going to say Robinhood. Robinhood's still fucked from stopping it. So Robinhood made a few changes, not so much. Other than that, I mean, there's some news right here. Government forecasts rapid growth recovery. This was posted just now, actually. So this might be pushing price, this news article right here. I guess the Congressional Budget Office has upgraded their outlook to positive. So that's probably what's pushing the indices up right now. This news event right here. I guess the government indicated that yeah, it says that unemployment is going to lower. They also mentioned that the economy is starting to look better. So with this news article right here, I mean, this probably affected the indices market. You know, they indicated that the economy is looking a lot better right here. They're mentioning that GDP is going to grow 3.7%. It's also going to grow over time, 2.6%. Unemployment is going to drop from 5.3 to 4%. And then inflation is to rise to 2% after 2023. So there's a lot of news here, economic news. And this is probably what's spiking up the indices. So it makes sense now why these are spiking up, because the government's giving a positive outlook for our economy in the US. So that's why you see all these US assets pushing up, right? US 30 pushing up, S&P pushing up, NASDAQ pushing up as well. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to push up forever, right? This could just be a small little gap up, this little candle right here. It looks like it started pushing up from this point about 2,390 pips right there. I'm gonna close that right there. Let me see if there's anything else going on over here. So that's pretty much what I see happening right there for the indices. Now it makes a lot more sense why the US indices are spiking up right now, because there was a news article indicating that the economy is going to be good. Okay, so it makes sense right there. But this doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to continue pushing up. This could just be an isolated move. So this is probably spiking up, and this can easily just spike right back down after. Who knows? But with that said, I'm probably not going to trade US 30 for a while, or not for a while, but like just for today, not like till tomorrow. Obviously, I'll trade this in Asia session, and I'll trade it again tomorrow and the rest of the week. It's just for this specific time. Like for the next 2 or 3 hours, I'm probably just going to watch and see what happens. Because what I probably see happening here is this will probably come up, and then if it shifts it into an uptrend, this can come down, test the structure, and then come back up. And then if that happens, I will enter a short position that way. So for my short position right here, I closed this out already. I closed it out for a slight negative. Let's see. So for right here, I closed this out for about like around here for about 1,000 pips. I closed it out when it started shooting up when I saw that news article. So I took out of this position right here. So I'm out of this, and now I'm probably going to scalp it upwards if I end up getting some valid entries in that direction. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to shoot up. This can easily come right back down at any point. If that happens, I'll just scalp it down. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for that right there. Let me see if there's anything else to look at before we move on. Let's see. Last time I said, what leverage to have, buddy? You must be rocking 1 to 500 leverage, 10% risk. Yeah, you definitely have to have max leverage if you're going to be risking that much on that account, Harris. But let me see if there's anything else over here. Let me just go back over here and see what else is going on. So Vishnu said US 30 moves way too smooth during Asia session. I agree, Vishnu. That's why I kind of like trading it during Asia session. Too smooth that sometimes there might not be any good entries. Exactly. If it moves too slow, it'll be a lot harder. Hey, Mary, how's it going? Good morning. Samurai said, we are driving your man crazy. Question bombing him. No, that's funny. It's all right. I don't mind the questions, guys. If you guys have more questions, I'm here to answer all of them. Samurai said 1 mini lot on US 30 with most brokers. I doubt he can trade it. Yeah, exactly. So it depends on which broker you're using, right? Because here, let me just, what the hell is that? I don't know what popped that open right there. Oh, that's weird. Because my Instagram bot is like kind of going haywire right now. Sorry, guys. Let me just fix this real quick. I don't know what's going on with my Instagram bot. He just popped up on my chart real quick. Okay, so going back to here, I'll just I'll explain what the difference is right here. Yeah, so text right there. So for US 30, depending on what broker you're using, if your broker standard lot valuation broker, basically for this, if you're using a 0.01, that's going to equal 10 cents, or no, sorry, 10 cents per pip, right? So if you're doing a micro lot, that'll be 10 cents per pip. A standard lot, or not a standard lot, a mini lot would be $1 per pip, and a standard lot would be $10 per pip. If you're using a mini lot valuation broker, it just depends on which broker you're using. If you're using a 0.01, you're just going to move the decimal over by 1. So instead of it being 10 cents per pip, it's going to be a penny per pip. And then if you're using each broker is different. It just depends on what you're using. 0.10 cents per pip. And then for the standard lot, it'll be $1 per pip. So depending on what broker you're using. So using this for an example here, looking at this here, the standard lot would be similar to a Hugo's Way. That's like one there. And then a mini lot broker would be like CoinEx. So depending on what broker you're using, each broker values it a bit differently. If you're using something like Hugo's Way, this is the valuation. If you're using it for CoinEx, it'll be a little bit less. So the mini lot would be considered, on a standard valuation, 10 cents per pip. If you're using a mini lot, this would be like a nano lot size, which would be a penny per pip. For you guys that are confused about the valuation of pips. All right, so let me see if there's anything else here real quick. Harris said, I only trade SPX 500, other Forex pairs. Okay, cool. Kel said, US 30 at resistance area. Hopefully we see a nice drop. I don't know what's going on though. Exactly, Kel. That's why I pulled out of this trade. I pulled out because I don't know what's going on with the trade, right? If I knew what was going on, I would be confident with holding on to it. But just looking at all of the indices over here, they're all pretty bullish. I think it's all from this news article right here, not necessarily this specific article, but for the most part, because of the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, they've upgraded the US economy outlook to positive, to growth that which will recover rapidly. So I think with that said, they pretty much spike price up, but I don't know how long it's going to hold up for. See if there's anything else here. City said I could have scalped US 30 long 5-minute and 10-minute entry on the daily, at the daily entry. Broke zone and hit the upper X zone. Yeah, definitely City. I wish I would have saw it from there, right? It's all good though. I'm going to be waiting for it. If it comes back down, so if it comes back down and tests this pivot and the structure and comes back up, I'll take a buy and I'll just scalp it up to clear up my profits that I might have lost from this this move right here. So that's pretty much what I see happening right there. Other than that, let me see if there's anything else that I missed. David said, here comes the knockout. 30,315 is your target. And so David's trying to go for a long position right here. I guess he caught that move with the bullish move right here. See if there's anything else here. City said could have scalped. Oh yeah, I just saw that. City said nice, great price point. Samurai said Monday sucks, my worst day. Worst day for me is usually, it's usually Monday or Friday. Samurai. That's why I usually try not to trade very much on Monday and Friday. City said, David, if price breaks zone and closes above, basically, yeah, exactly. No, for sure. David said there's relative equal highs that wants to be knocked out. Also some sell side imbalance from Friday. That's what I was thinking too, David. This huge drop from Friday, it had to recover at some point, right? People bought the dip right here and then they just wrote it up. Just like the entire week right here. If you guys followed US 30 from last week, it was dropping pretty heavy from the 28th up until market close, and then market reopened for a bullish move this way. So that's it for that right there. Let's see if there's anything else as we continue on with this over here. Braden said, bro, we gotta get on a call. I DM'd you. Yeah, Braden, we'll set up a time for you as well. See if there's anything else over here as well. Samurai said if you're risking 10%, it means if you hit your stop loss, you lose 10% of your account, no matter if it swings or scalps. I don't use 10% on the swings, only for the scalping. Well, I don't use up to 10%. I use close to like between 5 and 10%. But the win rate's so high on the scalps where it doesn't really affect it, because our win rate for scalps are a lot higher, and the wins always outweigh the losses. And we're usually in for pretty quick moves. So it isn't usually, I usually end up in the positive at the end of the day. Let's see. Medvest said GJ going to drop. I don't think GJ is going to drop yet, bro. I was looking at it over here. Or this is what we'll do. We'll look at it on the 30-minute. I think 30 minutes better for analyzing GJ, because the 10 minutes just too fast. So for GJ right here, I don't necessarily see this dropping yet. I mean, there was an entry right here. So you can see right here, if I replay this, there was actually an entry right here for a sell. So if you saw this right here for GJ on the 30-minute, this was at about 4 o'clock this morning. I'm not sure if anyone caught that, but if you did, there was a rejection off the pivot and rejection off the structure right here. It rejected off the green pivot and the structure. So if you took that for a short position right over here for trading on the 30-minute, I think the sweet spot is about 30 pips. So if you took this trade right here on the 30-minute, it would have hit your full TP right there. So with this right here for GJ, we want the same pattern right here. We want the rejection off the pivot and rejection off the structure. So we kind of want this to drop a little farther down and then come back up, maybe test structure at that point, and then catch it as it drops further at that point, right? That's basically what we're looking for here. We see that rejection off here, but there's no zone within this area. So I don't necessarily think this is gonna drop just yet. I mean, obviously it's dropping right now currently, but I want that confirmation before I take that trade. So like, for example, right here, it's the same pattern over here. We have actually 3 entries right here. So we have the rejection off the pivot, rejection off the structure, pivot, structure, 3 entries right here. So this would be about 30 pips. This would be about 30 pips right here. And then again, right here, this would be about 30 pips right here as well. So 60 pips right there. You could have taken those trades. And then it looks like this would have been a loss right here. So if you were to take these two right here, you have about 30 times 3. And then you have one loss right there, minus 30. And then you have another win right here, plus 30. You'd have net positive 150 pips if you were to scalp this on the 30-minute for GJ. Going back to the, wow, look at that dump right there. See, market's crazy this morning, guys. It's not something that I definitely want to really mess with, get on the wrong side of the chart. So I did take a little loss on there, but it's fine. It wasn't anything too big because I took a smaller lot size for that bigger move. So looking at GJ right here, this could possibly be setting up for a sell, but it would have to push up to that point. So we'd have to push up to here, reject off it like it did right here, off the pivot and the structure. And then if it rejects off that point, you can take a sell, scalp for about, I think this is the 10 minutes. So we're going for like a 15 pip move. And that'd probably be your move from there. So that's pretty much what we'd be waiting for, but there's no rejection off the pivot. We're looking for this pattern right here to fulfill right here before we take that. Other than that, let's see. US 30 dropping back down like we thought. This is why we don't follow the news, right? Because the news happens right here. So they post this news, they spike price up, and then what happens is the institutions spike price right back down. So that's why we don't try to like trade off news. We just trade off entry. So if we see a valid entry, we take the entry. If we don't see the entry, we just wait for the entry to actually play out. So this is still running right here. I close out in negative. I might re-enter for a scalp if it ends up coming back, but I just wanted to cut my losses before we, sorry, I'm looking at my text messages right here. I got a bunch of messages. My Telegram is blowing up right now. I'm just waiting for an entry to actually play out before I actually enter anything new. Ferris said, Samurai, in that case, for a 2K account, how much your leverage would never really matter, Ferris. You know, going back to your question over there, you would still be risking, like 10% doesn't change depending on your leverage. Your 10% is still going to be 10%, whether your leverage is 500, 200, 150. It doesn't really matter. The calculation is still the same. So all you do is you put 2,000 in there, you multiply that by 10%, and 200 is going to be your number. So that's how you would calculate it. You know, for example, if you had $100,000 account, right? You multiply that by 10%, you're going to be risking 10,000. That's going to be 10%. So it's a quick breakdown for you guys. Let me just delete this off the chart and see if there's anything else here. Samurai said London sellers and US buyers. I agree. It's probably what's going on right now with London closing. City said, I missed the break and close. Should have just entered. I was hoping for a retest. Exactly. Zephyr mentioned, hi, Shawn. I do miss the good old days of slow and steady move to 150 TP with no drawdown. Is there any indicator or way to determine if the market is too undecided, choppy for us to trade? So not necessarily, Zephyr. I mean, you can just zoom out from the chart. This is one way to do it. One way to do it is to see if it's trending up. So like right here, obviously you can see when price is trending, right? It's trending pretty nice down. It's consolidating. This makes it a risky time to trade. It's trending up, trending down, consolidating. Basically, so this is one way to identify it, Zephyr. Just draw your zones out and then see how price is moving. If price is trending up nicely, then it's good. If price is bouncing back and forth, then it's probably risky because you might get caught in some back and forth movement for these specific trades. So that's one way to do it. But in reality, there's really no way for you to really predict if the market's going to be moving smooth or not. Because right here, you can see that price is trying to shift into an uptrend. We don't know if this is going to move up for a smooth up or if it's going to go sideways for a bit before it ends up, you know, going up consistently. So just keep that in mind, Zephyr. But there's not really a way to really identify if it's going to be. Or one way you can do it too is you can turn on the K2 the K2 trend meter down here. One way to do that is you'll put it on the intraday settings, the 30-minute, 1 hour, what else did I do? 1 hour, 2 hour, and 4 hour. So if you turn on the trend meter right here, you can see when price is going in one direction or the other. Obviously, when it's red down here, it's trending down. When it's blue, it's indecisive. When it's red, it's trending down. And that's how you can figure it out from a bigger perspective. But if you're scalping, it's not really relevant. You probably want to go on the shorter time frames, maybe the 15, 30. This might be better actually. 15, 30, 1 hour, and 2 hour, because you want the quicker movements. You don't want the entire day moves right here. So this could help you a little bit right here. You can see that it trends down. It'll show you that price is going down heavily within those time frames. And then when it's going up, it'll change to green. So right here, you can see it's green down here. You can see prices moving up pretty nice. When it's going sideways, it turns blue. When it's down, it turns red. So red, blue, green, it's going up. Blue, it's going sideways. Red, it's going down. So that might help you. But I mean, there's a ton of different ways to do it. There's not one or two ways. There's a bunch, but they're not all going to be 100% accurate. Just keep that in mind. I think the best way to do it is to use the pivots. If price is above and it's smoothly moving up, it's in an uptrend. If price ends up crossing over like it is right here, this is going to indicate that price is into some consolidation. So just keep that in mind. See if there's anything else here that I missed. Yeah, Samurai said, oh yeah, so Samurai's answering your question. Thanks for helping me out, Samurai, with these questions. Zephyr said, one observation is when we see the valid buy and sell signals appear 3 or 2 times within the morning session, that's usually a bad day for me. Yeah, that's one way to do it too, Zephyr. So like one way to use it is to use a trend meter. That's one way. Another way is using the zones to identify when price is ranging or consolidating. Another way is to use the pivots. And the way that you just mentioned is using the K2 momentum indicator. So when these start to be choppy and they go back and forth, that's going to indicate that price is choppy right now. Generally, you want it when it's moving smoothly, like right here. A buy signal and it's a smooth move up. A sell signal, a smooth move down, and etc. But when price ends up going sideways, it ends up, getting choppy right here. Sorry, I just got a new update from Robinhood. Robinhood said raises another 2.4 billion as broker app deals with retail. Wow, okay. So they have more investors for Robinhood. I think that's crazy. I thought they're like people are trying to go against Robinhood, but it looks like they're getting more money to keep pumping their app. So we'll see how that plays out. Otherwise, I mean, we're still looking at the same thing here. All right, let me see this real quick. Medvest said, never mind about GJ. Let me check GJ real quick. Yeah, nothing for GJ right now yet until there's an entry that appears from that point. Let's see. CT said, I missed my NASDAQ 30 open. Perfect long setup. So I guess, let's see. CT was looking at NASDAQ on the 30-minute using the same strategy. Oh, wow. Yeah. No, it's a huge move right there, CT. There's actually a whole bunch of moves right here if you think about it. So we actually have an entry right there. Entry there. Yeah, so I see that entry that you were looking at, CT. It looks like a pretty good entry at that point. So like for example, right here, this was a rejection off the pivot and off the zone. So if you caught that right there, you would have had a full TP right here for about 1,000 pips nearly. And then again right here. So that's one entry. Another one right here where we have the rejection off the pivot and off the zone. Another entry right there, full TP for another 1,000 pips right there. And then again right here, this is probably the one that you're referring to, CT, these two right here. There's actually two back-to-back entries right here. There is this red candle where it rejects off the pivot and the structure. Full TP for about 1,000 pips right there. And then this green one right here as well, rejection off the pivot and the structure. So there's four back-to-back full TPs right here for about like 4,000 pips if you took all of them for a bigger intraday scalp move. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty good, CT. I wish I would have taken that. I didn't even notice that. I want to see what US 30 looks like on the 30-minute because it wasn't that good last night. I think there's only certain pairs that work really well for the 30-minute. I don't think US 30 is one of them. It moves too quick, so it's kind of better for us to take these on the shorter time frame rather than on the higher time frame. But looking at the NASDAQ, it's the smoother move. For here, there's not really much of some smooth moves. But looking at your NASDAQ 100 over here, this would have played out pretty nicely over here. So I'll probably keep that in mind. I'll put a note for that. UK, let's see, NASDAQ 130 minute. 130 minute. So I added that to my list for my scalps. I think for my scalps here, I'm going to be looking at US 30, UK 100, Euro NZD, and 30-minute for the NASDAQ. So that looks good right there, CT, if you took that trade. Yeah, CT said, yeah, same as last week, 30-minute. Did we forget? There were 4 entries. Yeah, exactly. So if you look here too, there's a bunch of entries here as well for the NASDAQ. There's a whole bunch that you guys could have taken. And, if you guys have the indicators, you guys can apply it yourself. I might start looking at the NASDAQ on the 30-minute because it looks pretty good overall. US 30 over here is still fighting down. We'll see how that plays out. I'm already out of the position, so I close out of this. But overall, I think I'm still pretty good for the day. Let's see if there's anything else here real quick. Samurai said, need to be mindful of different sessions. Example, Lenin can be buyers. Yeah, exactly. No, I see that as well. So you guys got to keep that in mind as well, what Samurai just mentioned. We just exited the Lenin market. So during the London session, you can see right here, sorry, let me go over here to US 30. So during the London session over here, you can see I'll mark it up. This is London right here. And then this is US session over here. So you can see for London, it was kind of going sideways and then it dropped for US and then it swung back up right here. So you guys got to keep in mind that different sessions have different traders trading in one direction or the other. Just going back to US 30 over here. It's still fighting. I mean, I'm not in the position, so I'm not worried about this trade at all because I'm already out of it. But if you guys are still in it, hopefully it drops down further to to hit your TP down there. But let's see what's going on over here. Lisa said, Shawn, on US 30 10-minute, I see where zones start and stop. I'll post a pic on Telegram of what I'm seeing. My question is, do we still carry the zones forward if they have an endpoint? So they shouldn't have an endpoint, Lisa. That's why let me check this real quick. I'm not sure if you caught when I mentioned it before, but what I mentioned was you should set your settings to, or actually no. So the reason for these endpoints, I see what you mean now. These endpoints are from last week so once we go from, sorry, I'm getting some more messages in my, sorry, I'm getting a ton of messages on Instagram and a ton of messages on, oh fuck, that's what I forgot to do. Okay, it's fine. I forgot to post this link on the other page. Someone's asking like, hey, are you live right now? Yeah, I'm live, but I think it's too late for me to, actually, no, I did post it on Instagram. Yeah, I don't know why people are asking for the link. The link's on the Instagram. But yeah, so Lisa, when you go from the previous week up until this week, that's when the zones end up disappearing because it's a brand new week, right? So for these right here, you can still use these because as these new zones get created down here, then it will these other zones will disappear. And then if they're important, so say for example, if price comes up to this zone right here and then rejects off it, it'll extend the zone even farther. So even though this expires right here, it'll extend it even farther if it ends up retesting. So yeah, quick answer to your question is use those zones until they expire, and then as you continue trading, you can adjust them. Like for right here, for example, we had this lower zone right here, but then today at 6:30 it created a brand new zone right here, right? So when that happens, I just adjust this a little higher, and then we have also down here this zone created a new one right there, and I just adjusted that slightly. So you can still use those zones until they disappear, but you want to keep up with the most current zones, obviously, because that's going to make the biggest difference with regard to your entries. So let me see if there's anything else over here real quick before we continue on. Samurai said, looks like GJ was forming a head and shoulders on a 10-minute, expecting a right shoulder. So I'll go to GJ real quick. Here, let's see. I don't really trade patterns, but I could kind of see what you're saying. So yeah, shoulder, head, or is this an inverted head and shoulder? Honestly, I don't know. I don't trade patterns, so I don't know if I'm even looking at it right, but I could possibly see that right here. I don't know if you consider this a shoulder. Let me just get the tool over here. Actually, I'm not going to draw a tool because I don't trade patterns at all. So I'm going to look like an idiot drawing something that I don't know what I'm looking at. But yeah, Samurai did mention, oh, he said 30-minute. Okay, not the 10-minute. Let me go on the 30-minute. That's probably easier to see on the GJ. Oh yeah, no, I can see that. Okay, I see it perfectly right here. So I could see the head and shoulder that you were mentioning. I don't trade patterns at all, so I wouldn't know this at all. But yeah, I can see that. There you go. Yep, there's your head and shoulder right there. I don't trade patterns, so I wouldn't trade it that way. And but I mean, I could see it playing out, right? There you go. So that could play out. It could swing back up from here, but who knows? We'll see how this plays out. Until then, I'm probably not going to mess around with it until we have a bigger understanding as to how price is moving. Because I don't know if US 30 right here, this is going to be the breaking point, whether it breaks above here or if it swings back down. That's going to be a big deciding point in the direction that we plan on scalping moving forward. Because there's no more entries here for S&P. There's also no more entries here for the NASDAQ until it comes back down. So we'll be waiting for that right here. Other than that, let me see the chat if there's anything else to look at before we continue. Samurai said, if I'm taking entry on 15-minute, I look two time frames higher for direction as a rule. So I'd be basing my trade on a 1 hour and 15-minute entry. Everyone's different though. Yeah, exactly, Samurai. For me, if I'm scalping, I just stay on that one time frame. I'll look at the 10-minute. If I'm scalping on the 30-minute, I'll stay on the 30-minute. But if I'm doing like bigger trades like Forex or something like that, then I'll go from the 4 hour and then I'll like look on the lower time frames. But for something like US 30, I don't plan on holding this for very long. It's just a short-term trade. So I'm already out of this trade. I'm not too worried about how it's moving, but if you guys are in it, I hope that it continues to drop down to bring you guys back in profit. But I think most of you got out at TP1 already, right? Let me check the. So CSUK over here locked in some profit as well. CSUK locked in about 1,368. Yeah, CSUK said missed the call. Got to scalp it though. So far, not bad. Nice. Yeah, CSUK said I think I'll take one more, then I'll take a break. Yeah, I'm taking a break right now because the market's just not moving smooth right now, and I don't want to get caught on any of these unusual movements. So let me check the chat out again, see if there's anything else here. Braden said, would you draw the zones on the 30-minute for US 30 to scalp on the 10-minute? No, Braden, I only use the specific time frame. Just like what I mentioned earlier, if I'm scalping on the 10, I'm drawing my zones on the 10. That's why I have two separate windows here. If I'm trading on the 10, I'm drawing the zones on the 10. If I'm trading on the 30, I draw my zones on the 30 because they will overlap sometimes, but they're not going to be as accurate if you're trading on the shorter time frame for those specific pairs. Eric said, yeah, TP1, I don't trust US 30 lately. Yeah, exactly. Me neither, Eric. I'm glad you got a TP1 because US 30 is just all over the place. You know, with the news that just came out from the CBO, this is just going to be causing some crazy movements. Another update from CNBC over here, stocks making big moves. GameStop, Moderna, AMC, and more. This looks like GameStop dropped quite a bit. Moderna also dropped 8%. AMC's still up. Ford's up. Tesla's up. Stitch Fix is down. So a lot of these stocks, the stock market is just bouncing all over the place in general today. It's not necessarily going one way or the other. It's kind of just bouncing around right now. So I would I'd be careful, guys, with your positions because there's a lot of stuff going on in the market this morning. Normally it's pretty slow for Monday, but today there's obviously a ton of volatility. Let's see if there's anything else here. RX said, do you have a copier to help you scalp on all three trading accounts at the same time? Yeah, so like what David mentioned right there, Social Trader. That's what I use on mine as well. CT mentioned basically when your market is open, use a wider time frame. When it's US 30 during Asia session, use a smaller time frame. Yeah, exactly. That's I do the same thing as well. CT for mine as well. With the same with pairs, open TPs up when you're trading pairs in open sessions. Definitely. Let's see. Samurai said, is that an inside bar rejection on US 30 at resistance? So the resistance actually adjusted slightly on the 10-minute because price has been moving. So it does look like a nice rejection off this point. So there's a rejection right here. Let me turn on the momentum indicator. All right, so we do have the rejection right here. I think if we get a sell signal, then it'll probably continue dropping further. So we have the rejection off that point, but obviously price is just going sideways from this point. I think if it drops and then we get a sell signal, then it'll probably drop even further. So we need to drop below here. Once this happens, if we get a sell signal like this, we can possibly see it drop even further. But until then, there's just too much uncertainty in the market for me to really want to trade this. I'm just going to be waiting for another scalp entry once it reveals itself. CT mentioned if you are looking for sweet spots, let the market open. And if you trade an indice in a closed market, then move TPs down. Be flexible. See the volume, that's it. Yeah, exactly. I agree with CT as well. You know, volume is kind of crazy right now. It's I don't use a volume indicator, but you can obviously tell that there's a lot of volume right here, right? Because there's a bigger movement, bigger spikes, and bigger rejection. So with price right now, there's no indice that I'm really looking at. No entry there for US 30, no entry here for S&P. It would have to come down, test the pivot and the structure, nothing there. Here for NASDAQ, this already hit full TP. If it ends up coming back down right here, then you could probably take an entry if it comes down further. Test the structure, test the pivot, and another buy entry from there. But for now, we're just sitting tight, guys. GJ over here. I know a lot of you guys are looking at GJ over here. I just don't necessarily see any entry points. Let me see this real quick. Yeah, the zones are still the same. I don't really see much of a difference here. Aside from this right here, small adjustment as new zones are being created for the week. This zone over here is gone. Yeah, that's about it. So let's see if there's anything else here. So yeah, if you guys want me to analyze anything else, we have some free time right now because the markets, it looks like it's starting to slow down, guys. Like, so right here, US 30 was, you can see each candle was moving about 600 to 700 pips. And then it went from moving 600 to 700 pips to this right here, only 300 pips. So volatility is starting to die down for US 30. This might be a good time for us to make some other entries as well. So as price starts to slow down a little bit, this is going to allow me to look for more entries. So right here, I'm going to set an alert on the pivots. So when price touches the pivot, I'm going to get alerted and I'll take a look for another entry here. So unfortunately, if this comes down and rejects off this pivot, then I'm going to be going against the daily position. I'm going to be scalping it upwards for the other direction. All right. It's trying to identify how everything's moving. And I'm probably going to go back to using normal lot sizes, just normal standard lots as we wash this through here. Let's see. Flynn mentioned GJ looks like it's forming a morning star on the 15-minute. Good bullish confirmation. So I can take a look at that as well. So looking at GJ right here, I mean, I have it marked up on the 30. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open another chart so that we don't mess up this chart. And you guys can see what I'm looking for here. All right, so looking at, I think you mentioned GJ, right? Let me check this real quick. Yeah, Flynn mentioned GJ, so let me pull up GJ over here for you guys on the 15-minute. Let me draw my zones real quick, and then we can analyze it. So this is what I mean about this working on all time frames, guys. If I'm trading on the 15-minute, then I'll analyze it on the 15-minute. If I'm trading on the 10-minute, I'll analyze it on the 10-minute, but I'm not going to cross-reference on the same chart. I'll open separate charts, and then I'll use all data points to confirm my entry. So like right here for GJ, looks like, so there's another sell entry right here. So you guys can see that the scalp strategy works on all time frames. We looked at it on the 10-minute, the 13-minute, I mean, the 10-minute, the 30-minute, and now the 15-minute. So for example, right here, if you were to, sorry, let me just replay it from here real quick so you guys can see exactly what I was looking at. So for example, right here, you see the rejection off the K2 pivot and rejection off the structure right there, right? So if you guys saw that right there, you guys could have taken this for a short position right there for about, I don't know, 15 pips, I guess. And then obviously that would hit full TP. But looking at this here, there's another entry. So that's not just one. There's one right there. There's one right there, that next one. And there's a third one right here. So you could have taken entries for all of these right here. There's another one right here. And then the one right next to it as well, right over here. So there's 3 entries back to back that would have hit TP right there. But yeah, looking at Flynn's mention, so Flynn mentioned GJ looks like it's forming a morning star on the 15-minute. Yeah, so he's talking about this candle right here. I don't trade candlestick patterns, so I don't know if this is, would be considered a clean candle or not. But looking at that here, it looks like it's still coming down. So I mean, we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. Looking on the 30-minute here, it's rejecting for a double bottom, rejection. So this actually might be swinging up from that point. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. So this is a cool thing right here. If this ends up rejecting off this pivot and rejecting off this structure down here, say if we get a big spike, right? A spike in price, it rejects off that point, then you could actually take this for a long position. But until you get that confirmation, it's not going to fit the requirements. US 30 is still fighting that area. It's still going sideways. I'm glad I got out of this trade, because if I wasn't, I'd probably be stressing out as it gets closer and closer. Let's see if there's anything else here. Samurai mentioned Asian market normally ranges breakouts don't normally follow through during Asia session. Yeah, exactly. So normally when I enter during Asia session, Samurai, I usually enter and then it hits like during London session. So like, I forgot what I took yesterday, but looking at the 30-minute. So like, for example, over here, let me see. Yeah, so this is a perfect example right here. So like for GJ over here, if you were to take this position over here, this would be during Asia session. Oh, we probably wouldn't have caught the actual move until like London open right here. So London opened right here at midnight my time. And if you were to take this entry right here, like say this entry right here for about, what was it, like a 30 pip move we were talking about, it probably wouldn't have gotten close until, yeah. So right here, when in London opened, it had a big spike up, right? So that's, usually we have our setups where we enter during London, but it usually doesn't hit until London session. I mean, we enter during Asia session right here, and then we hang on to it for like 4 or 5 hours. And then finally, after like 5 or 6 hours, it ends up hitting TP. So I think Asia session is a good time to identify setups that will fully complete by London session. That's usually how I trade it during Asia. I don't expect it to hit. I expect to hold on to it for a couple hours until London session opens up. Eric said, we need to get together here soon. I'll send you a personal message today. Been work and reaching, been slammed. Yeah, definitely, Eric. Just reach out to me. Let me know when you want to meet up, and we'll have that session so we can talk and help you out with, identifying these entries. So CT mentioned gold, 30-minute entry for gold. Yeah, I can see it right here. I'm tempted into this, but I'm probably not going to, because CT, look at all these wicks, bro. I don't like trading, especially I don't like trading gold when there's this many wicks, because it just causes a ton of uncertainty, right? So like whenever it wicks around like that, you don't really know where it's going. Like right here, it wicked around a whole bunch and then it spiked up. Wicked around a whole bunch, then it spiked up. Same with right here, it's wicking around a bunch. It can either spike up or spike down. So I personally wouldn't mess with the CT. If you decide to trade it, let me know how that goes. It's just too risky for me. Nice. Uncle over here, he took these scalp trades today. So he made about 407 today. He said money is money. Nice, Uncle. So he locked in all of these wins right here, scalping. So you guys can see here that even though I'm not trading, there's still other K2 members who are trading as well. And they're making trades on their own, hitting these TPs. So it looks good for the most part. CT said it's manipulated. What can I say? I definitely wouldn't be trading gold at all. Not when it's like this, for sure. Let me see. Samurai said, don't forget to check out USDCHF. Oh, yeah. So my bad. I'll go ahead and take a look at that right now. Samurai, which time frame are you looking at USDCHF from, Samurai? I just want to make sure, because I generally analyze Forex on the 4 hour. I'm not sure if you look at it from the lower time frames, but I'll analyze it on the 4 hour first, and then we'll go to whatever time frame you're looking at. So I'm just going to delete everything off the chart. There we go with our naked chart. Zoom out from that point. turn on the K2SR indicator, and the same process that I use for pretty much everything. I'm going to go ahead and analyze these zones right here, draw them up for you guys. Got that right there. And this is a big zone right here. Probably split these up into two. There we go. And then we need the higher zones as well. So we don't have no higher zone there on the 4 hour. The next zone is way up here on the 8 hour. So it's got some ways to go up here. Go back on the 4 hour right here. Turn that off right there. All right, so looking at USD CHF over here, we have this playing out from this point. Once we have these zones lined up, I turn on the momentum indicator. Obviously, we have a bullish momentum right here. So what I see happening right here, if this candle ends up closing in the next 30 minutes, we have a rejection off this point right here. And then it's followed by a buy signal. So if this candle right here closes, then I would anticipate it to push up to this structure right here. And then if it ends up closing above here, then I would probably see it push up even higher from that point to here. So this is kind of what I see happening for USD CHF currently. If it closes, so it's a big what if, what if this closes? If it closes, then we'll probably see a push up higher. If it doesn't close with this buy signal, then it can easily reject back off here and come back down. So who knows, like we'll have to wait for that confirmation. We have about 30 minutes left on this candle. Once it does close, we can have a better understanding as to where it's gonna go. So let me see what, okay, so Samurai was looking on the daily. So I'll pull this up on another chart over here just so that we can take a look. So he's looking at USD CHF on the daily chart. Turn off the pivots. And I'm gonna do the same thing I did earlier. I'm gonna draw my zones again. So you guys can see here that the zones work on all time frames. It doesn't necessarily work on just the shorter time frames. It works on the daily, weekly, monthly, whatever you guys want to use it on. All right, connect this right there. 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 Let's connect these right there as well. So looking here on the daily, I probably would want to get the lower zone as well. On the weekly, monthly, the zone's way down here for the monthly. So I'm gonna go back on the daily over here and just analyze that from there. I'm gonna turn off the zones. Yeah, so what happened here was the inverted head and shoulders that Samurai mentioned. So looking at that here, I'll try to draw this so I could see the shoulder here. I can see the head right here. And the right shoulder. All right, yeah, so that definitely played out like how Samurai mentioned, head and shoulder right there, inverted head and shoulder. So that looks good right there for the most part. So yeah, nice call on that, Samurai. I don't trade patterns, so I wouldn't even know because I don't really trade patterns like that, but that's definitely a nice identification of that right there. Yeah, the US dollar gained a lot of strength after this news, right? Because the CBO mentioned that rapid growth for the US. So with that said, the US pairs pretty much shot up. I don't even think it's just USD CHF. Let me look at AU. This price shot down. Yeah, shot down for AU. EU price shot down as well. Shot down right there. GU shot down, came down a little bit, and NU went down. USD CAD went up, and USD CHF went up as well. So obviously this movement for the USD pairs, I mean, that identification of that pattern was spot on, Samurai, but I think that big push right there was because of the news more specifically. I mean, obviously the pattern was playing out like you mentioned, but I think the news gave it that big push to push it up even higher. So that's a nice head and shoulders right there. We're probably gonna see a bullish move for a while. unless we have some contradicting news that comes out, but I don't really see anything contradicting anytime soon. So yeah, it's a nice identification right there for that. So if this ends up closing, I could see it push up even further as it continues up. So let me go see over here real quick. Let's see. Nice. Yeah. So I'm looking at Samurai's message over here. He got the neckline breakout TP1, move for risk free. That's a smart move right there, Samurai. You probably locked in some pretty nice profits off that. Samurai said, yeah, I like Asia session. Also, I trade slightly differently though to my London trading. Yeah, same here, Samurai. I look for different things during different sessions as well. Samurai said monthly, it's a double bottom with an inverted head on the daily. Yeah, that's what I noticed over here as well. So I had these, if I go on the monthly chart over here, yeah, it looks like there's a double bottom right here, right? Right there. Damn, it tested back in 2014. 2014, again, right here in 2021, double bottom basically. And then it's probably going to shoot up at that point. But I don't know. We'll see. You know, it really depends on the global economics to see how things play out. Man, but using technical analysis on the higher time frames is pretty insane. It's crazy how accurate it is. It's just a long time for it to play out. Here, let's see over here. Samurai said, "Thanks for your insight into your style. So many ways to make money. We're all different." Exactly, Samurai. That's why I always mention, like, when people come into this chat, I'm glad that you're sharing your views on this as well, Samurai, because I always mention to you guys that there's no right or wrong strategy. As long as your strategy is profitable and it's consistent, then you can use it. You don't have to use K2. You don't have to use patterns. You don't have to use price action. It's really up to how you trade. As long as it's profitable, it's a good strategy, right? There's no right or wrong. That's why I'm always willing to share ideas. If you guys have different ideas, and I'll just compare it with my own, and we can see how it plays out. But there's never like a right or wrong way to trade. It just depends on how you interpret the market and how accurate your system is. So let's see if there's anything else here. Short scene said, just look at S&P, BSC, census index. Short scene, what's the symbol for that? I'm trying to figure out what you are talking about, because I don't think I've ever heard of that before. You said S&P BSE. Oh, okay, I see it right here. Oh, you're trading on the Indian market, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't short scene. So looking at this right here, I don't know how you would trade this, like what time frame you normally trade on, but I guess we can look from the 1 hour. You can see here that the indicators work perfectly fine on it as well. It's like, let's see. So if I mark these up right here, and I don't know how you would trade it short scene. I don't know if this is something that you would trade scalping or if you trade it on a longer term. Because if you're scalping, I could look at it on the short time frame. That might be better because it's an index, right? So maybe on the 10-minute. Let me see if there's a better let's see, BSC index. I'm trying to figure out which one is the one that you use short scene. If you can give me the actual symbol, I can look it up here, but I don't know which one that you necessarily look at, because I don't know what's the difference between this where it says E. Let's see. I don't know what's the difference between the E and the and this one right here. If you're trading this on the 10-minute, I mean, it looks like it works fine on here as well. I'll just go ahead and draw these zones and see if we could find any entries for you here, because I guess this is one that you like to trade, right? So if you're trading this here, if you can give me the actual index or the actual symbol, it'll probably be better because it'll be smoother for us to identify these. But if not, I mean, it's fine. I'll try to just analyze this from this symbol, if this is the symbol or not, because I don't know if this day means it's it's delayed. Okay, market's closed. So if you're looking at this from here, there's actually a bunch of entries that you could have taken here. Like the K2 indicators work on here as well. So like, for example, right here, we have a rejection from this point. So if I rewind this to see like this candle right here, you can see that we have the same thing that we're looking for in the other pairs, right? We have the rejection off the pivot, rejection off the structure. If you had that there, you can enter a short position right here. And I mean, it gapped right there, but it went to full TP. I'm not sure why it gapped like that. I don't trade this asset, so I'm not sure how it moves. But even if you were to take this one right here, there's another short position right here where you have the rejection off the pivot and the structure. You enter the short position right there, and then it ends up hitting full TP right there as well. So short seeing it works. It looks like it works out perfectly right here. I mean, I wouldn't know because I don't trade it, but it looks like it does. Looks like it hits full TP right there. There's another scalp right here as well. Rejection off the pivot and rejection off the structure. If you were to enter that, another full TP right there. So you'd have two back-to-back full TPs for here, here, and here. Three back-to-back actually. And yeah, I mean, you could catch it the other way as well. I'm just not sure if this is the proper symbol to look at because it looks like the market's closed. I don't know if the market's supposed to be closed right now for this specific pair, but it does look like it works fine if you wanted to use this for, I mean, whatever index. It works on all assets. You could use it on anything. Like if you guys have a random asset that you guys want me to look at, I can take a look. But I mean, it does look good from this point. You know, I'm like curious, what about for stocks? I haven't really looked at the stocks. Like say something like Tesla. Tesla on the 10-minute. Yo, this works pretty good actually. Whoa, check this out. You guys could have caught this short right here on Tesla if you wanted to scalp this. Yeah, okay. So there's actually, I mean, it's obviously it's a little bit messier if you're trading something like stocks because they're a little different. But just looking at this here, I mean, there's a ton of entries here that could have been taken. But just using this for an example. So I'll just use this for an example, like, I guess, what was this morning or Friday? So if you were applying this on Friday, looks like we'd have an entry right here, rejected off structure right there. You could have taken, I guess, a short position right there. And it looks like it would have played out full TP right there. So I'll just identify these entries. There's a few right here. There's another one right here. Another one right here. Two or three entries right here, and then another one right here. So if you were to take all of these entries right here, I mean, obviously these all would have hit TP because it ends up dropping pretty heavy at that point, but you would have caught all these entries right here. And even this one right here, another one. This works pretty good for everything really. There is one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, and these all hit TPs as they continue on. Short Team said, thank you for your analysis, Sensex. I see K2 indicator perfectly on this. It's good. Yeah, I know, definitely. I mean, it works on everything. If you guys aren't familiar with the K2 indicators, these are based off momentum. So as long as there's momentum in the market, you're able to identify things, and you can apply this to pretty much anything as long as there's volatility. So if the asset is moving, you can apply these strategies on pretty much anything. You can apply it on stocks, Forex, commodities like oil, gold, silver. It's really up to you as to what you plan on trading it. So US 30 is coming back down. I just got an alert right now telling me that it's touching the pivot. I'm hoping it drops right through it and continues to drop further so that we can possibly take some sell scalps here, because the move is still for a sell, our daily entry, and we still want that to hit full TP. So we'll continue watching this right here. But other than that, I mean, we'll, Merspa said, hey, there's a live press briefing right now. All right, so I'm definitely not going to be trading right now, especially because of the news in the market. See, Dow 30 is like 50% sentiment. Let's see here. Yeah, it's still 50% short. But I guess there's a news briefing going on right now, so I'm probably not going to mess with the market, and then we'll see how this ends up reacting to that news. Let's see. Samurai mentioned, yes, news. I also base it off CHF JPY with monthly CHF weakness. Exactly. I agree with that too, Samurai. It's a good, another confirmation to use. I use everything kind of, there's a full spectrum of things that I use. I use zones, I use momentum, I use news, I use sentiment, I use the index valuation as well. And that's pretty much how I analyze everything. I make sure I come full circle before I enter any trades that are intraday. Scalps are different stories. Scalps I can enter right away, but for intraday and swing trading, I definitely use different confirmations. Art said, should I use equal value for social trader? I try and pass the FT 1 second challenge and make profit at the same time. Should I copy the same account as a real account? Yeah, you can do that. Art, pretty much just use the same account size. Just make sure that you're not risking too much. Samurai said, I love stock. The volume is real, unlike broker-related volume in Forex. Also, you dividends win-win, but on downside, you get no broker leverage with stocks. Exactly. I agree with that too, Samurai. That's why I used to trade stocks when I first started trading. Like about 10 years ago, I traded stocks and options, but I like the leverage, obviously, because back then I wasn't I didn't have a big account, so I wasn't able to trade stocks. And I just fell into Forex. And then this last year I got into indices, and I've just figured this out, the strategy that I've been applying, it's been working out pretty nicely. So that's what I've been using so far. Yeah, so Samurai over here mentioned, looks like US 30 might hit your lower red support. I could see that too. So I was kind of waiting for it to swing back down. But here's the thing, if it ends up rejecting off this point, this is going to qualify as a buy entry. Actually, let me delete this. That zone's gone. So I'm just constantly updating my zones, guys. So if you guys look at my chart here, whenever new zones get created, I create a new one. But looking at this right here, if this ends up rejecting off this point, this might be a scalp upwards in the next 2 minutes. This candle has about 2 minutes left because it rejects off the structure and it rejects off the pivot as well. So with that said, this might be a scalp upwards in that direction. It's not something that I would take though, but it's something that I'm just, I'm letting you guys know that this is a possibility. So just keep that in mind for this right here. I'm not going to enter it. I don't really advise you guys to enter it either because the market is just not moving smoothly today. But technically this would be an entry right here. Samurai said, I got scammed on options, buddy. Yeah, no, for sure. Options is super risky. It's not something that I necessarily like trading. Some people make a lot of money off it. Some people lose a lot of money on it. And I personally don't like it because the thing is, when you're trading options, you're like identifying where the strike prices are, right? Like you're identifying price to like be up here. If you know price is going to go up there, I just take the directional position. I take a buy position and I write it there, and there's my TP. Instead of me taking an option strike, call and then waiting for it to go up there, and then just taking that trade. I mean, but everyone trades a little differently. So if that's someone's trading style, it might work for them, but it doesn't necessarily work for everyone. Let's see. Medvest said US 30 is playing with us. It really is, Medvest. And that's why I'm not in the trade. I already exited my trade, so I have no active trades right now. I think everything's closed for me. I'm just watching it and pretty much analyzing it as it continues to move on. But I'm not in the trade anymore, and I'm just sorry guys. Let me just message you. All right, 1 second. Let me just help out one of these K2 members real quick. Just got to get him his links. So he's good right there. Yeah, so technically this would have been a scalp move right here, but I'm not taking it, guys. I'm not messing with the market right now. I'm gonna wait for it to stabilize before I decide to take anything else. Or actually, it could be a decent scalp. Maybe I'll take this for a small entry, just a really small one. All right, so I took it for a small entry. So I'm actually in the scalp, guys. I lied. I entered it. So I'm going to take this for like a little small move. Nothing too crazy. Just a little move to that side. So I'm in profit. It's not too bad. Got my TP stop loss set right there. If you guys want to take it, you guys can. So let me just delete that. Set some alerts right here. I just hate taking trades against the daily position, but this is a scalp, so it's just going for a small small move. Scalp TP. And then I'll just set this right here. I'm probably gonna exit this as it moves into profit though. So I'm gonna be watching it. As it moves into profit, I'll probably be moving my I'll probably close it in profit, or I'll move my stop loss in profit. So I do have that set up right there. I'm currently in profit, doing okay. As it moves, if it moves up to this point, so I'm gonna set an alert right here as well to check it. So I got a couple of alerts here. When it reaches this point, I want it to alert me to check the scalp. I might close it in profit, remove my stop loss in profit, but the full move will be up here. It's a risky move, but I took a smaller lot size on this. I'm just, I like to be in the trade, even though if I'm not making a huge amount of profit, I like to be in the trade to follow, these entries here. Because if you skip, like I mentioned earlier, it becomes a numbers game, right? The more wins that you lock in, the more profit you'll lock in as well. I just took a standard lot on here, so I'm risking 500 to make full TP, or stop loss can be 500 as well. So I'm in this trade, let it play out, and then we'll see how this ends up playing out from this point. Yeah, Chris said, bro, so he said he's trading options, and you can lose the trade by a pip head. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't like trading options, because it's super manipulated. Like price will be your strike price will be right there, right? Like say for example, right here, this is your strike price. And then if the wick is right below it, literally just right below it, you'll lose your option. That's why when I was trading options before, I never held to expiration. I closed maybe once I was pretty deep in profit. I just closed because you never know when it's going to come spiking right back down at the last second. And I've traded both options. I've traded normal options like the weekly, the daily, and I've also traded the 5-minute options as well on Nadex, and I've made pretty decent profit on there, but I just didn't find it to be very sustainable, because you could get screwed on a lot of trades that should have hit. Okay, so let me go back over here and check these other questions. All right, so Dilraj wants me to take a look at USD CAD. I currently have this running right here for US 30. I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna look up USD CAD real quick for Dilraj. USD CAD. So USD CAD's bullish right here. I've already drawn the structure, so I'm not going to redraw them because it just takes too much time for me to redraw. But looking at this here, I actually analyzed this yesterday. So I don't know if you were here yesterday, Dilraj, but I did analyze this yesterday right here. I mentioned that if price was to close above this structure, then we can take a long position, because this would just be playing out the same pattern right here, right? We have the rejection down here. So we have the rejection. We have the buy signal right there. The next requirement is that we have price break and close past this structure right here, right? If this breaks and closes past this structure, then we can take a long position right here and then ride this upwards. So that's basically what I see happening for USD CAD right now. Thanks for reminding me about this, Dilraj. I actually forgot to look up FX trade. So I'm going to go ahead and scan real quick for FX trades. The candle's closing in about 4 minutes, so I'm short on time. But I'm going to analyze these for our premium members real quick. So odd CAD right here, no entry. Thank God we didn't take that trade because it would have swung back. So I'm unchecking that. Odd CHF right here. This could possibly play out, but it's still a risky trade. So I'll leave this here for now. Actually, 35 pips. So I'll just mark this up. I have about 5 minutes left. I'm going to look up Forex trades for my account and for the premium members. USD, nothing there. Yeah, CHF, nothing there. K² nothing there. CHF, JPY. We were waiting for price to break below here. It didn't, so there's no entry available yet. Nothing for Euro odd, Euro CAD, Euro CHF. Technically, this would be an entry right here, but I wouldn't take it. It's not far enough of a range for me to want to take this trade for that specific pair. For EG right here, we're waiting for it to break and close past the structure. It hasn't done that yet, so no entry there. EJ right here, this could possibly be a sell entry. We had a rejection from that point. Sell signal right here. So I anticipate this to push down to test this structure right here. I'm going to have to analyze this. Let me see. It's not something I want to take. I mean, 30 pips is fine, but I don't think it's worth the risk. I'll look at it and I'll see if it's worth taking. If not, then we'll skip it. EU over here. If it breaks below the structure right here, we can take it. Breaks and closes, but if it doesn't break and close, then there's going to be no entry available. So I'll be waiting for that as well. GA, nothing there. GCAD, nothing there. GC, nothing there. GJ, nothing there. GN, nothing there. Yeah, nothing there. GU. And if you guys are wondering which strategy I'm applying the K2SR strategy. It's the same strategy I use for all the Forex calls. It's just one strategy, pretty much rinse and repeated throughout. So USD CHF, this could technically be an entry right here, but I don't think it's that far of a move. So it's not something that I want to take. I like at least like a 50 pip move. It's only 15 pips, so it's not really worth my my risk to take that trade. Our US 30 right here is pushing in profit. That scalp I just called, it's about to hit that that halfway mark where I'm going to be moving my TP and stop loss. I mean, my stop loss and profit. It's looking good so far. So actually, I'm going to move my stop loss and profit right now. Let's see, so price is currently at 3022. I don't want to move it too close. 0215. So I moved my stop loss and profit for US 30, 0215. So I guaranteed profits already for my US 30 position. I could just delete this. So I guarantee profits for my US 30 scalp right here. It's moving in profit all the way to full TP. I've already moved my stop loss and profit, so I'm pretty much good for this at this point for this position. Going back to the Forex pairs over here, I wouldn't take this trade, but I think it's going to push up to test this structure. If it breaks above here, then I'll take the trade that way, because then I could have a full 40 pip move right here versus that little, small 15 pip move down here. So that's kind of what I see happening here. Go back to EJ. Nothing there. I'm going to take that off. That doesn't look like a good entry anyways. This is probably not going to close here. So it doesn't look like there's any position. So I just analyzed everything on my watch list here, about 24 pairs. And there's nothing really worth taking here. There's one here for odd CHF, but it's not something that I necessarily feel really confident about. One thing that I can do is I can look at the indexes. I'll look at the Aussie index right here and the Swiss index, Aussie index and the Swiss index. So the Aussie index looks strong. The Swiss index does look weak. So that's going to indicate that this is probably going to push up. I mean, it could be a decent entry, but it could be a risky entry as well. Trying to think if I want to take this trade or not. Let's see, are all the Aussie pairs bullish? Not really. Let me go to the Swiss franc pairs, see how they are. Are they weak? Sorta. This is weak. This is weak. This is, I guess, kind of weak. This is weak. I guess I could call that trade. USD CHF. It's pretty weak. So I'll call that trade real quick. It might be too late, but who knows? Like, I'll call this for you guys if you guys want to take it. If not, then you guys can probably just hang out until. So you guys can see here, this is how I call these trades live. I mean, I take all these trades live on my own account. I take them and I call them here. So that right there. Profit target's kind of small. It's only 35 pips. It's not a big move at all. So I'm taking this on my own account as well. 35 divided by 2, 17. Guys, remember to use your the exit strategy, right? Because the problem with the market right now is that it's very choppy and you don't want to get caught in any whipsaws like I mentioned earlier this session. So this is going to be TP 110. And just a reminder, guys, if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm probably not going to be able to see your message. If you want me to answer anything or look at anything for you, put it here on the YouTube chat because I can't pull up your messages right now. There's just too much going on. And I'm not able to pull everything up. So let me just set everything up here. If your messages get on the YouTube channel, I'll be able to see it and I can answer them for you. Got all my alerts set up right there. Stop loss. All right, all the alerts are good. Go back to US 30 real quick. Nice, so it's in profit, it's looking good. I've guaranteed profits for mine, so I'm pretty much good to go for my scalp. I'm gonna let it run for the most part. I think my TP is somewhere around, I mean, my stop loss is moved in profit right here. Actually, it's lower, I put it at 15. Okay. Well, that's weird. I don't know why okay, so I put my stop loss here, but I guess FTMO prices are a little different because my profit shows like somewhere up here. Let's see, 223. Oh, okay. So the pricing is a little different. 32, 23. Oh, wow. Okay. So FTMO looks like it's off by like maybe like 10 pips. It's not a huge difference, but it's definitely a difference because I'm pretty deep in profit right now, but it looks like I'm more in profit than I should be, which is fine with me. I don't care. I'll take the profit. All right, so that's pretty much it for that. I looked at the Forex pairs. I called one trade here for odd CHF. Oh, fuck me, dude. I looked at the wrong thing. So I was looking at odd CHF. I thought I was comparing the Aussie index to the Swiss index, but I was actually looking at odd CHF. I mean, it's fine. I already called the trade. So if you guys are in the trade, I'm not going to take it back because I'm in the trade as well. I'm just hoping that the Swiss index just continues to be weaker and it hits our TP. So remember to use exit strategy if you guys are taking it to like guarantee profits and whatnot. All right, so looking at US 30 right now, it's looking fine. That scalp, like I mentioned, I moved my stop loss in profit already, so I'm not too worried about this position. I'm just gonna let it play out. If it hits full TP, if it does, then good. If not, then it's all good because I already locked in about a couple $100. Sorry about that. My bad. Let me get this for. All right, so I sent Luis his links. Yeah, US30 is looking good so far. Mine's still active right now. Thinking about just closing in profit. Yeah, so I closed it in profit, guys. I'm already out of this trade. I locked in about a couple $100 off this right here. Because I just, like I mentioned, I don't know what's going on with the market today, guys. It's risky. I'd rather just lock in some profits and just keep repeating what I'm doing until it starts to move smoother. So I've already closed out of this position. If you guys want to close out in profit, so you guys can, or move your stop loss in profit just to protect your position, at least move this in profit, like slightly in profit. So if it does swing down, you'll get kicked out in profit. But if it ends up coming down here and retesting this pivot, I'll take it for another scalp upwards. And I'm just going to keep stacking those profits as it moves higher and higher. So that's pretty much it for that. Hot CHF right here looks like it's a little bit of a shitty call, but I'm not too worried about it. It's a small risk. I took like a 1% risk on this, so it's not that bad. Let's see if there's anything else here to look at. So good thing I closed it because it's starting to drop down a little heavier. Locked in some profit off that. Not too big of a deal on that one. All right. So yeah, looks good. Let me check the chat out real quick, see if there's anything else that I missed. Nice. Arik said made 1,100 plus in profits today. Congrats, Arik. That's awesome. Send over your profits, Arik, if you haven't already. I want to see what you made today. We are documenting everyone's profits. And if you guys have anything that you guys want me to share, just put them in the chat or send them to me privately, and then I'll post them in our list over here. Because if you guys are familiar, you know, I record all of the K2 profits. So everyone in K2 who makes profits trading with me, I record all of your positions or all of your profits here. So like this morning from today, we had Alpha over here lock in 280 for the Dow 30. We had Cheryl locking about 2,000 off that, and then 1,200 off there. And you guys can see here, if I scroll up, we have profits for every day for everybody. So this just goes to show that it's not just me profiting, it's literally everybody rolling over here. Some profits, Sanjeev over here, 5,000, Sisuk over here, 2,000, keep scrolling higher, Tam over here, a couple $100, Onkel over here locked in about 2,300. And then it just goes on, guys. Like I could scroll up as far as you guys want. All of January, this is just January profits. And then we go higher to like December. Look at December. There was a lot of profits in December. And then farther into November. And it's just profits every day. Usman over here, $150. Tracy, about $623. Mark over here, $7,000. Justina over here, about $120. And it just goes on forever, guys. So if you guys want me to document your trades, just put them, send them over to me, or send them in the chat, and I'll save them for you. So that when we have our end of year roundup for all of our profits, you guys will see how much everyone's made throughout the year with K2. So other than that, let me see if there's anything else to look at. I'm glad I got out of this trade. Look at this drop right here. I'd rather get out with a couple $100 than get out at break even, that's for sure. All right, so we have another question over here. Sorry, let me see. Okay, Alan wants me to take a look at GCAD. So let me pull up GCAD real quick. Let's see if it looks fine. GCAD right here. I'm just gonna, here, I'll analyze it from scratch for you, Alan, since I know that you're still learning. So I'll just analyze it from scratch to like show you exactly how I would have analyzed it. So GCAD right here, we have a naked chart. First thing I'm gonna do is zoom out, turn on the K2SR indicator. And then from this point, I'm gonna go ahead and draw my rectangles for you guys right here, so you guys can see exactly what I am looking at. So we got these set up right there. Probably connect this down there. All right, so we don't have any upper zones. I'm going to go on the 8 hour, nothing there. Go on the daily. I mean, technically it's at a resistance right now. So this is kind of messy right here. GCAD is a messy pair generally. It's a ranging pair. Obviously you can see it doesn't really move directional for very long. But looking at GCAD right now, it's currently in a zone, Alan. So with that said, you can see here with those zones drawn, you can see that we have a nice image of how structure is being developed for a GCAD right here. The next thing I'm going to do is turn on the momentum indicator. And we have a pending bullish momentum candle right there. So we have a rejection from this point. Next up, we have a buy signal right here. So if this ends up closing, above this structure right here, then we can possibly take this for a buy entry right here and then ride it up, right? But until that happens, we're probably not going to take this buy. We have about 3 hours and 48 minutes left on this candle. So we have a lot of time before this ends up, shooting up from here. So you have a lot of time to watch this, but if this does end up closing above that structure and we have, those confirmations there, rejection, buy signal, break in structure, then we could possibly take this for a buy in that direction. I'll just show you another example of when this pattern played out. I mean, it plays out for everything. It's not just this specific pair, but like, for example, here we had rejection from this point, buy signal right there, break in structure right there, and then it pushed up from that point right there. So if you were to take this trade over here, long position from here, you would have hit TP for about 100 pips. Generally, our range is about 100 pips max. So if you were to take this trade right here, full TP for 100 pips up until that next zone right there. So that's basically what I see happening here for GCAD, Alan. But like I mentioned, you have to wait for this to close. You want to wait for that full confirmation before you enter this trade. So that's pretty much it for this here. Until this closes, you got 3 hours. Maybe check on it, and again, like in about 3 or 4 hours, if it closes above, then you can enter that long position and pretty much ride it to the next structure up here for about 100 pips. So I'll keep an eye on that throughout the week. If it closes up there, then maybe I'll call it signal. If not, then we'll just hold off on that. Odd CHF right here. You guys are probably in the position. It should have filled, but it's just that entry. It's not really moving too much. Let's see if there's anything else here before I continue on. Nice. Yeah, it looks like you guys are talking about oil over there. Flynn said, Shawn, is the length of the K2SR indicator 200 or 500 lines? So Flynn, I use 500 lines so that it can extend across the entire chart. Because if you, so for example here, if you don't, let me just turn this off. So I'll show the difference here. See, this is 500 lines where it goes pretty far out, right? Or no, sorry, you're asking about the bar length, right? If you're talking about bar length, I use 500. If you have it at 200, it'll cut off. So you can see how they cut off right here. I want them to go across the entire chart. So I change it to 500. And then that's how I'll draw my zones over them. And that's how we get clean zones on the chart. So that's pretty much it for that. Let me see if there's anything else to look at before we move on. Chris said, okay, that trade you take there, explain the question I was asking. I don't see a question here, Chris. So I'm just trying to see what so Chris over here mentioned, Chris said, okay, that trade you take there, explain the question I was asking. I'm looking up here. You didn't ask any question. Bro, I'm begging trading option and you can lose a trade by pip head. So that's that. Okay, sorry, I just didn't see your question up here. When the zone is extra wide and you see a good setup, is it okay to take the trade? I'm trying to figure out what you're looking at, Chris. So you said if the zone is extra wide, you see a good setup in it, do you take the trade? Oh, okay. So you're asking if your trade is within a zone, right? So for example, you'd have to check the zone. So if the zone is super wide and there's no zones within it, like for example here, let me see. So like right here, you can see that there's a wide zone, but there's a zone within it. So I wouldn't have taken this entry right here, because you got to make sure that there's no zones within the zones. Because if you're making wide zones, sometimes there's a zone within it. But if it's just a really big zone, then yeah, you can take the trade. You just got to make sure there's nothing within it, because if you, as you can see right here, there's rejection points, right? So depending on what you're trading, if you could give me an example, I can show you, Chris, but I don't really see anything here. Let me see if there's anything that I kind of possibly missed out on. Okay, like for example here for gold, let's use gold for an example. So gold, you can see that gold is wider zones, right? There's not really a, so like, I'm trying to find an example here, because it's usually rare occasions where that happens, Chris, where there's like a wide zone and there's no zones within it. You got to make sure if there's a wide zone, but there's no zones within it, you can trade within that zone if it's wide enough. But if there's zones within the zone, then you have to be a bit more accurate, you know, with regard to your, to where the rejection points can be. Like for example, right here, there's no zones within the area, so you can trade within this zone right here, but it's too small, so you wouldn't even trade within it. Man, let's get these stupid telemarketers calling me. All right. So yeah, depending on what pair you're looking at, let me see if I could go on a higher time frame. I just want to find an example to answer your question. Chris, let me go to something that moves pretty wide. Okay, so like, no, not UK 100. Maybe something like, I'll go back to gold. So we got gold right here. Say if we're trading on the higher time frame, because you're not going to see that scenario that you mentioned on the shorter time frames because the zones are too small. But if you're looking at gold on like the daily, I just want to find a big zone. Okay, like for example, right here, this is a huge zone, right? So this zone right here, this is something that would fit that scenario that you mentioned. So like looking at gold right here, if you were to take this trade, so like turn on the momentum indicator. Okay, this is a perfect example. I'm trying to find an example for you here. Okay, like so this right here, this is probably an example right here. So right here, you can see that we have a buy signal right here. And then it breaks above this structure right here, right? So it breaks above the structure right here. This is something that you could possibly take for a long position because the zone is so big. So you could probably ride it from this zone to, you know, this zone up here, but it's not something I would necessarily take, especially if you're trading gold on the daily. It's too risky. This is like a 5,000 pip move. But, you know, going back to your question, yeah, if this happens like this, where it breaks into a zone and there's no zones within it, then you can take that trade. But if there's a zone, okay, this is a better example actually. So right here, let me see if there's a lower zone right here. No, there isn't. I mean, it's fine. I could just use this right here. So right here, we have a buy signal. And then it breaks into this zone right here. If you wanted to take this trade right here, you can. And then ride it to this next zone right there for about 3,000 pips. Like I mentioned, I personally wouldn't be doing this because this is it's just too big of a move. I wouldn't trade gold on the daily. But right here, you can ride this from this entry point where it broke close above structure up to here. And then as it closed above here again, you can ride it again for another one. So you exit the trade right there and profit. Then you take this one again right here. And then you just ride it up again further. So yeah, going back to your question right there, Chris, that's something that you would take, but you necessarily wouldn't run into that on the shorter time frames. It just depends on what you're trading on, but I wouldn't see it on anything below the daily. Because if you look at the 4 hour here, pull this up for you, 4 hour, you can see that there's wide zones right here. Like there's a big wide zone, but there's a zone within it, right? So you're not going to take the full move within there because you could easily get, you know, pretty much kicked out of these trades if you end up catching the wrong zone. Like for example, right here, if you were to take this trade and you had this bigger zone right here, but then you have a smaller zone within it, like this could have ended up horribly if you weren't paying attention to this smaller zone inside. So like, for example, right here, if you wanted to take this trade, I don't even know if there was a trade here, but yeah. So for example here, this is the example that you mentioned, right? You had a big zone right here, but if you didn't identify the smaller zone within it and you entered a long position right here, you would have been screwed because you wouldn't have determined that there's another zone within it where it can reject off from this point, right? So if you take that trade from within there, you can see price come up, it tests that zone right there, and it comes straight back down. So that's why I wouldn't trade it within the zone like that unless it's a completely open zone, but you're not going to find that too often. So hopefully that helps answer your question. Just make sure that you're looking at it from all perspectives so you don't get caught in these moves like this. Let's see. Let me see if there's anything else that I'm missing. CT said it's all about intrinsic value. Stevie said, can you look at gold when you finish? Yeah, Stevie. I mean, we've been looking at gold all day. Let me see if there's anything else that's changed from it. I know you like gold, Stevie. Every time you come in here, you have a question about gold, which is cool. So gold, like, Stevie, I know you've been asking me about gold like for the past couple of weeks. It's doing exactly what we've been discussing, right? So you asked me about this like beginning of January, and I said it was going to range within this zone, right? Right here. And look what happened. It's doing exactly what I mentioned. It's ranging within the zone like I mentioned back on January 8th. It's just ranging between here. I mentioned that we're probably not going to see a bullish move until it closes above here, or a bearish move until it closes below here. That hasn't happened yet, right? So it's still going to range until that happens. So I have these same exact markups from like the past week or all the way back from November. I have these same markups and it still hasn't really changed much, Stevie. So I mean, obviously you can scalp within it, but like I mentioned, you would have to wait for it to close above here or below here to catch like that rally up or rally downwards. So that's about it for gold right there. Let me check my scalp. The scalp's still active. I got out of my trade already in profit, but if you guys are still in it, you guys are in profit right now. So it looks pretty fine. We also have another entry right here that just closed. But like I was mentioning earlier, I'm not going to mess with any more entries because the market is just not moving. It's not moving that smooth today. So that scalp's still technically active. There's another scalp right here, which would be in profit as well. And we'll keep watching that. So let me see if there's anything else before we continue on. Oh, geez, I've been on this stream for like 5 hours, guys. I didn't realize I was on the stream for so long. So if you guys have any questions, put them in the chat right now. Otherwise, I'm going to take a break. I didn't realize I was on here for so long. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you find some good trades, right? So if you guys have questions, put them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna call it a day after we're done with this. Medved said odd CHF going nice for now. So let me pull up odd CHF real quick. Yeah, looks good. So that's the signal I called earlier, Medved. We're in profit right now. It's currently moving up to TP1. As I mentioned, once it reaches TP, make sure to move your stop loss and profit. Because the market is unforgiving today. So you don't want to get caught in any of those crazy movements. So let's see if there's anything else over here real quick. Yeah, I'm going to go through these questions really quick. So I didn't realize I'd been on here for that long. I just kind of want to take a break. I'm losing my breath. All right. Yeah, let's see. So I see you guys having your like side conversations over there. That's cool. CT mentioned odd NZD. So I analyzed odd NZD last night. Let me see if the zones changed at all. All right, so everything here looks fine. Same zones from the other day. Not much has changed. So I'm going to turn that off, turn on the momentum indicator. Right here for odd CHF, not odd CHF, odd NZD. CT, I see a rejection off this structure right here. And then it's followed by this buy signal. If this buy signal right here closes, and say it closes above this structure right here, right? If it closes above this structure, then we could probably anticipate it to shoot up to here. I don't think it's a big move though. Let's see. No, it's only about 14 pips, 15 pips. It's not enough for me to want to take the trade. It's just too risky. But this is kind of what I see happening here. If this ends up closing above here, then it's a whole different story. If that happens and it closes up here, then for sure I'll take that long position right there and ride that up to like about 100 pips. That's where I'd be interested. Right now, I'm not too interested on this little scalp. I mean, you could scalp it if you wanted to, but it's only 15 pips. Not really worth my my risk to hop into that and end up, you know, getting kicked out. So that's pretty much what I see here for odd NTD. Let me see what else is going on here before we close out for the day. Camo said you didn't send an FTMO entry for the daily US 30. Are they the same now? Yeah, they're the same now, Camo. They're not really much different. So you can use the same parameters for both FTMO and regular. Kel said US 30 has had a hard time closing above 30,250. Still waiting for the pushback up on the short side. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's bouncing back and forth. If you guys did take that scalp, I closed out in profit already, but if you guys are still in, it looks fine. But volatility has died down tremendously. You can see from right here, we were moving about 600 to 700 pips. Now it's only moving like less than 100 pips per candle. Yeah, 160 pips right there. Barely any movement. So be careful with your trades. If you are in this trade, move your stop loss and profit. I recommend you do that to prevent getting, you know, caught in any whipsaw movements. See if there's anything else here. Rami said I should have market execute US 30 for that small scalp, but it didn't trigger my buy limit. Yeah, if you're scalping, Rami, you should just try to get in right away. Like when I say I'm entering the trade, you can enter a market order and then lock in some profits and exit because it moves too fast for you to really put pending orders for it to trigger. It's probably not going to trigger it if you do that. Harris said I shorted USD CHF here. Harris, I'm trying to see where you. So Harris mentioned that he shorted USD CHF. Let me see. USD CHF right there. Let's mark this up over here. All right. So yeah, Harris said he entered this at 89700. See, the price didn't even reach that area right there. Harris, I'm not sure if you are thinking about shorting it or if you shorted it, but I don't think price ever reached 89,700. It got close to it, but it didn't reach it. Unless your broker is like a little different, like the numbers could be off by a little bit. So maybe you did enter at that very high. You know, congrats to you if you did that because you're like literally sniped that right there. But I think it's still going to be bullish. I don't think it's going to drop just yet. It might retrace down a little bit, like maybe small retracement, but I think it's going to shoot back up. So I'd be careful with that if you're in that trade. I wouldn't short USD CHF right now because the US dollar is just very strong after the news right here from the CBO, right? When they indicate that the US economy is coming back, it's going to push up all the USD pairs. So be careful with that if you're in that trade. Let's see if there's anything else before I sign off for the day. Cool. So I see. Yeah. Dejan said U30 would be a risky scalp right now. Exactly. It's super risky. It's why I'm not re-entering. Although, I mean, there would be another scalp entry right here. Delete that because we already hit TP off that. We're out of that trade. So we're just scalping upwards now, but I wouldn't scalp it myself. I'm already out of the trade, Dejan. It's just too risky, like you mentioned, you know, for me to really want to hop into this for like a few pips or a little profit. Like I don't need a few pips. I want to get the full move. All right, let me see if there's anything else before we sign off for the night or the day, actually. Let's see. Yeah, Samurai said I took. Wow, look at this right here. It's pushing up. So, Dejan, maybe if you took that trade, you would have been doing good, but I didn't take it. I'm already out of the scalp already as well. But we're still following the first one that I called over here. See if it hits. Let's see. Sure, no problem, Chris. Glad I could help you with that. Samurai said, gold, good, but watch risk. It moves. Yeah, it moves way too fast. Sam said, press the like, people. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, if you guys can like this stream, that'll definitely help me continue to grow this channel so we can find other people who want to scalp with us. Because obviously, it's way more fun when all of us are scalping together and we're all hitting TPs versus, just a couple of us. I mean, obviously, there's like 100 people in here. So it's still fun with you guys. But if we could get like 200 or 300 people in here, that'd be great. Or we can all scalp together. And when we hit TPs, I can, buzz that horn for you guys. Other than that, let me see if there's anything else before we continue on. Yeah, Harris, so I did analyze USDCHF. I think it's going to push up further. It's probably going to push up and test this structure before it either rejects off it or if it continues pushing up higher. We just don't know what's going to happen from that point, but I think it's going to push up. It's still going to be bullish. See if there's anything else. Samurai said, brilliant stream, buddy. Love the social and your perspective and analysis. Appreciate your time. Yeah, definitely, Samurai. Continue showing up every day. We could just hang out and do this every day. I go live every morning at 6:30 New York Stock Exchange Open, and we can share ideas and catch these trades together. David said, will US 30 knock out those highs already? It might, David. It's about to hit the full TP right here for that scalp. So that could be good. Lisa mentioned, considering the mid-session switch that US 30 likes to do, expecting a push up or down or continue sideways. Exactly, Lisa, right? This market's weird today. It's fine. This happens every so often. It's not always going to be smooth waters for us, but we're going to make the best of it, whether it's trending or whether it's ranging. Let's see. David said, Lisa, you got every angle covered. Exactly. Samurai said, no, I see NZD strength over AUD. So I'm watching NZD crosses for swing positions, but you're probably intraday or scalp things are probably different on the lower time frame. We can both be right. Exactly, Samurai. So yeah, I see that you like to trade on the daily and the higher time frames. So your analysis could line up with mine. I'm just catching up I'm catching those small moves within, right? I'm not really going for those big movements, just the small little entries that we can take here. So, I mean, we'll see if this breaks above here and has that buy signal, it might push up. If not, we can revisit this tomorrow for tomorrow's live session and we'll see how it plays out. I'll just leave the markings here for us, Samurai, and we can check and see what happens tomorrow. Okay, let me see what else is here. What else could it possibly do? Yeah, Samurai said that US 30 is looking like a triangle, probably pop long. I could see that as well here. Let me see. Yeah, definitely. It's about to hit our TP for the scalp move earlier. So it's looking good for the most part. Matej said, will you be up again today? Possibly. Maybe I'll go on for a live session today during Asia session, but possibly not because it looks like I have a full schedule of mentoring sessions today, guys. So I don't think I'm going to have time to hop on for another trading session later. But if I do, I'll hop on and we can catch some more profits. But other than that, I have mentoring sessions all day today. So if you guys want to sit in on those mentoring sessions, just make sure to like the YouTube channel and subscribe to it as well and turn on your notifications. So if you guys have all that set up, there we go, TP1 for the scalp entry. Let me get those horns one last time before we get this going. There we go. So it's a scalp hit TP, full TP right there for 500 pips. So that looks good. If you guys did take that scalp that I called not too long ago, hopefully you guys locked in some profits off that. Other than that, guys, let me see if there's anything else to look at. Let's see if there's anything here. Kimmy said, please keep doing these lives. You're the best person I learned from. Been paying a bunch for instructors, K² Rocks. Yeah, definitely, Kimmy. I'm going to keep doing this. And especially since you're now in the premium, you'll have access to me forever. It's not, well, for as long as your subscription is active, which I'm sure you're going to keep it active if you keep making profits with me. But I'll continue to do this every day. If you guys are in the premium, you guys don't have to worry about nothing. I'll be going live every single day. For the public members, that's where it's going to change a little bit. But I think I'll keep pushing it for another month, probably the rest of February. I'll go live for you guys every day. And then in March, we'll start to determine, what the move is going to be from there. But I'll keep pushing this up even further. Let's see if there's anything else going on before I call it a day. Yeah, David said 315 incoming. We'll see how that plays out, bro. Let me just take this off right here because we already hit TP for that scalp. And let me see if there's anything else. over here. Matej said I made $7 when you went live. Nice. So nice profit off that, Matej. Benedict is asking, when you say US 30, what do you mean by that? US 30 is an asset right here, Benedict. UK 100 is a completely different asset. So if you're looking at US 30, that's the Dow Jones 30. If you're looking at the UK 100, that's a totally different asset. They're different assets. So this is UK 100, this is US 30. So I'm not sure what your question is, but they're different assets. So they're totally different. They're not the same and they don't move the same way. So, all right, guys, I think that's about it for today. Let me see if there's anything else. Yeah, no problem, Gregor. I'll probably see you guys here tomorrow or later today for you guys to continue on with these trades. Let me see. Odd CHF. Nice. It's about to hit TP right now. So we got our odd CHF right here about to hit TP1. It's a small profit, 10 pips, but when that happens, move your stop loss and profit to guarantee profits moving forward. But yeah, Medvest, it's looking good so far. So it looks like he locked in some profits for all of my trades this morning. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to see other people profit as well. But yeah, I think that's about it. Let me see if there's anything else. All right, let me just yeah, let me see if there's anything else here real quick. Sorry guys, there's just like some weird shit going on in the chat right now. So we got someone trying to impersonate me in the chat. You can see here on the K2 chat, someone created a new account that says Shawn K2. Obviously it's not me. And he's just trying to copy my account. So there's someone in the chat, guys. If someone messages you, it's obviously not me. You know, it'd have to be from at K2. So I'm gonna go ahead and just delete all this stuff here. I don't know who Gold Tracker is. He's just messaging here. Yeah, I don't know, Gold Tracker is a scammer too. I'm just gonna delete all his messages. You know, it's like, it like shocks me how people are so fucking lame that they gotta go in like in our chats and just try to scam people, try to be me. People want to be K2 so badly, right? So, all right, I just banned him from everything. It's like, dude, if you guys would just like learn how to trade on your own, you wouldn't have to try to scam people. I mean, I have the strategies here for you guys. And then, I mean, everything's pretty much available to you guys if you guys want to learn how to trade like me. You guys don't have to fake me. Obviously, everyone wants to be K2. Yeah. So let's see that right there. So I want to make sure the chats are clean real quick. And you know, it's the person that usually does this, we know exactly who it is. It's that annoying guy that we kicked out of K2 a long time ago. Like he definitely like wishes he could be back in K2 so badly that he comes through and tries to scam people. But I think that's it. So I looked at that right there. Other than that, I think we're good for the most part. So I think that's it. Anything else here? I think we're done for the day. I'm going to go and answer all the messages here. I have a bunch of Telegram messages and a bunch of texts that I have to get through, and also have to get through these emails from today. So just going back through this over here, let me see if there's anything else. Sam said, is your mentoring on Zoom? Yes, Sam, my mentoring is on Zoom, but it'll also be posted on here on YouTube. So if you guys want to sit in on my mentoring sessions, make sure to like the stream and to turn on notifications and subscribe to the channel. So if you guys do that, YouTube will know that you want to watch my videos. And whenever I go live for my mentoring sessions, they'll give you an email indicating that, that I'm going live. So that's about it, guys. Hopefully you guys made some profit today. I'm going to log off for the day. I've been on for about 5 hours already. So I'm going to take a break and then I'm going to set up for the next mentoring session. So if you guys have questions, reach out to me on Telegram or through email, and then I'll go ahead and respond to you guys. Other than that, I'll keep watching these trades and then we'll be calling it a day for the day. All right, guys. So see you guys tomorrow. If you guys sit on the mentoring sessions, I'll talk to you guys there as well. So talk to you guys later.